Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the July 29th School Board of Manatee County Workshop. I want to officially call this workshop to order. Agenda amendments. We did have the chairs found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under the agenda amendments on the July 29th, 2025 agenda, updated July 28th, 2025, posted to the district website, manateeschools.net. Things that were updated were just some of the slides and data information for a couple of our topics that we'll speak on today. I do just want to, the posted workshop showed the high school AAA update discussion first, and then board discussion with FSBA on the superintendent search. We're actually going to flip those so we can get Dr. Pace out of here and she can go home and not have to sit here all day as we discuss high school options and look at data. So I do want to open up with the FSBA first, Superintendent Search Board. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to Dr. Vogel. You can go ahead and take us away and
Sure.
get us going. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Today, as we discussed at our last meeting, we're here for the board to make selections of the semifinalists or finalists. And with me today is Dr. Deborah Pace with the Florida School Boards Association. And just give a little background on Dr. Pace. She was a very successful teacher in Osceola County, then later principal of a very challenging high school, and she led that school to an A, and it has sustained its high performance since then. She then became deputy superintendent in Osceola County, and then was recruited by Brevard County, and she became deputy superintendent in Brevard County for HR. And then she was selected as superintendent in Osceola County in 2016 and led Osceola County to the highest student performance they had ever had to that date. Since she's been retired, she works for the Florida School Boards Association in superintendent searches, and she's been through a couple of searches already, very successful searches. And also, she has a connection with Manatee County, which I wanted you to be aware of, because she works through the University of South Florida on a grant on project management, which connects with strategic planning. And Kevin and Omar and other staff people from Manatee County are involved in that partnership. So you'll hear from Deborah today, but you'll probably be hearing more about Deborah in that role, because I know a priority of the board is to look at the new strategic plan. So it seemed like it connects very well. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Pace.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vogel, and thank you, members of the board, Chairman Choate, for welcoming us here today. We appreciate the participation of your community and the staff, and certainly all of you in this important process. I'm here today on behalf of our team, Mrs. Andrea Messina, our CEO, and Dr. Demetrius Rice, as well as Mike Godrow. They are joining us online. I want to extend a special thank you as well to the members of your district staff who have been so helpful throughout this process. Superintendent Chapman, Mrs. Cox, your IT team, and as well as your district representative, Dr. Vogel. It's really been a true team effort, and we hope that will continue. We had 16 applicants initially. Applicant number 9 withdrew on Friday. I am happy to report that all of the applicants for superintendent meet the minimum requirements established by the board in the posted qualifications, a master's degree and 10 or more years of leadership experience. Applicants represent 11 states, including Nevada, Indiana, Georgia, New Jersey, Texas, North Carolina, Maryland, Wisconsin, and Ohio, as well as 3 from Florida, including 1 internal candidate. In addition, 6 of the applicants have some experience in Florida, either in education leadership or as a classroom teacher. 8 are either current or former superintendents, and 11 hold a doctorate degree. In addition, 2 of the 16 applicants have served in our nation's military, 1 in the U.S. Army and 1 in the U.S. Navy. All of the applicants have held positions of leadership at the school and or district level, and all of them do have some classroom teaching experience. We do want to thank all of our applicants for their diligence in submitting their completed applications and answering our follow-up questions. We continue to be impressed by the professionalism and experience of our applicants, and we appreciate the time and energy you all, have school board members, have committed to reviewing each candidate's submission in order to prepare for today's meeting. In addition, your community has been very engaged and very appreciative of the search process and their opportunity for feedback. You had 251 community responses to our online survey, which you've had an opportunity now to review since yesterday. Each of you has been provided a tally sheet for your use in our identification process. I will be recording each of your responses to this question: which applicants would you like to see move forward in the selection process? I will ask each of you one by one to identify your choices by number and name, and I will repeat your responses to ensure that we're capturing the data accurately. The chairman has asked that we start with District 1 and just go right around the room, which, thank you, that makes it easy for me. We will then start our discussion with those applicants with 5 board votes, potentially 4, then 3. And then we will ask if there's anyone else that you all would like to advocate for being included in your semifinalist group. Once the board has reached consensus on a semifinalist pool, the official formal adoption of the pool will be done at tonight's board meeting. And following that meeting, we will be following up as your FSBA team to notify candidates individually of your decisions and advise the semifinalists of the next step in the process. Couple of reminders for the community as much as for the board. There is no magic number of semifinalists. As your advisors in the process, we do encourage you to cast a wide net at this second stage of the selection process, but that is entirely up to the will of the board. If you wish to learn more about a particular candidate, we encourage you to submit his or her name for further discussion. Once the list of semifinalists is approved by the board at tonight's meeting, we will also follow up with additional vetting of the semifinalists, including complete background checks, reference checks, and further review of professional histories, and any particular questions that board members may have. As a reminder, FSBA is a member of the National Affiliation of Superintendent Searchers, and Andrea and Demetrius have access to their counterparts from other state school boards associations across the country. In fact, both Demetrius and Andrea are attending conferences this week and will be able to reach out to those individuals about any semifinalists from out of state. I will also share with you that your HR team has done a great review of the initial information about these candidates through the Florida Professional Practices Board, as well as FLDOE's certification database. We will be requesting that semifinalists submit their most recent evaluations for review, and the community will also have another opportunity to share feedback with the board once the superintendent semifinalists are selected. We will open up the survey again on Thursday, and it will run through August 10th, so that we will have opportunity to compile that information, get it to the board for your review before you meet again on August the 12th to discuss the finalists. Are there any questions before we begin?
Board, you got anything?
Nope. Other than the order of how we go 1 through 5, I just want to, I guess, point of privilege to go next to last. I don't want to go second.
Oh, I mean, I just did it because this is what the sheet has for us to look at. That's the only reason why I went down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't particularly care. Does anyone have any issue
Just go when we want.
with vice chair going? I'm not going last right now. It's Mr. Tatum.
Right, it's fine, but
So are you asking for like chair and vice chair to go last?
yes,
Okay. I don't particularly care.
vice chair and then chair.
I think either way you're first. It doesn't matter
either.
to you because you're first regardless. That's fine. Sure. So we go Ms. Felton, Ms. Kennedy, Ms. Tatum, and
I
then
was
come
kind
back.
of bummed about being last anyway, so
There we
you
go.
know, I don't
So
want
you're
to.
not.
Who wants to be last?
So you're
right?
not.
I'm not last.
I'll be last.
Good.
I'll be last and least. It's all
All
good.
right.
All right, thank you
All right.
for that.
So you're up, Ms. Felton.
Are you
Yes,
ready?
ma'am, Mrs. Felton,
Okay,
District 1.
so
I guess I will say, let me just ask something. Sorry, Ms. Felton. I said you can go, and then I jump in front. Let me ask you for Dr. Pace, what from us, especially, I mean, we've been through this before with a selection, but I turned 40 last year, so I'm old now, so I don't remember exactly how it went down. So when Miss Felton gives her selections,
Yes.
are you wanting any discussion at that point? Are you wanting discussion when we're all done? And is it up to the board member as we're giving a selection to do any discussion on why they're picking someone? Or what do you, I mean, that's kind of varies to every
Name a
single
number right now.
person.
Typically, at this stage of the process, we simply ask board members to go through by name and number.
Okay.
Without rationale and without discussion until
Okay.
the end, when all 5 board members have submitted their recommendations.
Okay.
Then we'll come back and allow time for that discussion. Again, unless you tell me otherwise, starting
I'm okay with that.
with 5 people who get 5 votes, you would assume would automatically be in the pool, but that's up again to the board. Then 4, then 3, and then we'll go as far or
Perfect.
as minimal as the board wants.
Perfect. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, Mrs.
Now
Felton.
you're good.
Oh,
I think.
you sure?
Let me think. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay, good. And you're not old. I turned 50. Okay, so yeah, and I'm not the oldest. All right. Okay, I'm ready. Let's see. Candidate number 4, Dr. Lori Breslin.
Okay,
Candidate number 5, David Adams.
okay.
Candidate number 8, Dr. Thomas Earhart. Candidate number 10, Louis Solano. And candidate number 12, Dr. Andrea Roberts. And those are mine.
So just to repeat, to make sure that I've captured these accurately, you have submitted number 4, Dr. Lori Breslin. Candidate number 5, David Adams. Candidate number 8, Dr. Thomas Ahart. Candidate number 10, Louis Solano. And candidate number 12, Dr. Andrea Roberts.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, then I think that brings
Kennedy.
us to Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. Number 4, Dr. Lori Breslin. Number 5, David Adams. Number 7, Dr. Misty Mathis. And number 10, Luis Solano.
Okay, just to repeat again, Mr. Kennedy is recommending number 4, Dr. Lori Breslin, number 5, David Adams, number 7, Dr. Misty Mathis, and number 10, Louis Solano.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Tatum.
I just have 2. Number 4, and that would be Dr. Mathis. I'm sorry, Dr. Breslin is number 4, and then number 7, Dr. Mathis.
Okay, for the record, Mr. Tatum has submitted Dr. Lori Breslin, candidate number 4, and Dr. Misty Mathis, number 7.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Spray, District 2.
I have Dr. Breslin, number 4,
Yes, ma'am?
and number 16, Dr. Mendes.
Okay,
That's all.
so number 4, Dr. Breslin, and number 16, Dr. Mark Murgis.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chairman Choate.
I have 4, 5. Sorry, I'm trying to mark it on this new one too. And 10.
Okay, and then Chairman Choate has recommended Dr. Lori Breslin, number 4, David Adams, number 5, and Louis Solano, number 10. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much. Just appreciate
Sorry, I'm looking at my list and this other list.
No, I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing.
Good.
Okay, as I am looking at my list, I see that Dr. Lori Breslin has been recommended by all 5 board members. May we move forward in adding Dr. Breslin to the semifinalist pool?
Yes.
Yes.
Nod heads, yes. Okay. I don't see anyone else with 4 candidates. We have David Adams, candidate number 5, with 3 from Mrs. Felton, Mr. Kennedy, and Mr. Choate. What's the pleasure of the board?
Thumbs up for me.
I have questions on that one. What number is he?
Number 5.
Number 5. On the handout that was given to us with the RQ, I called it RQPQs. I scored every candidate. And number 5, is that who we're at?
Yes.
Yep. On a, required is a 1-1 and preferred is a 2-2, meaning, I didn't see where Mr. Adams had 10 years of leadership, and also on the handout, it has an N with a question mark, and then no on a doctorate, as a preferred.
When I was counting his leadership, Mrs. Spray,
Right.
I used 3 years as a district leader, 5 years as a school leader, and 2 years in his position as an academic data coach as a teacher leader. But again, that's up to the board.
Right, and
What'd you say that, what would you say on that one said an N, said no?
1, the 10 years leadership has a question mark from the handout that we got.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, I did not, when I went through my assessment in reviewing qualifications, I didn't see 10 years. I didn't use that coaching part as a leadership. And 2, there's no Florida experience either.
His only
I right?
Florida experience
Oh,
is
yes,
as a
yeah,
classroom
okay.
teacher in Lee County.
Yeah, that's right.
And again, it's, that HRT.
So there's 2, right. So to me, that 10-year was a problem. But I didn't pick him anyway, so I'll let everyone else go on.
I mean, I'm a yes. I mean, there's three, so I'm the,
Moving forward, and we'll ask for further verification of his experience.
yeah, I mean, I think there's 3 of us. I mean, I think that's enough to push him to the next level, unless there's something like crazy from either one of you that's like, absolutely not, no way. That we don't know about or aren't thinking about.
Solano.
So the people that come as finalists, then they'll travel here, and that's the plan, right? The ones that we pick as finalists and for interviews. And
Yeah,
stuff like that.
as a semifinalist standpoint now, these folks will move to get vetted, background checked. April 12th, we come back, finalize yet again, depending on whatever information we get back from that background check. And then those, on the August 12th meeting, those will then move to the finalists where we actually bring them in, interview, do all the good stuff.
Okay.
So I believe we have a majority of the board who are comfortable moving this person forward to
Sure.
the semifinalist pool. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that brings us then to candidate number 10. Louis Solano has 3 members of the board who've submitted his name also. Ms. Felton, Mr. Kennedy, and Chairman Choate.
Okay, let me see what I have on him, 2 and a 3.
I think we skipped number 7.
7 only got 2.
7 only got 2.
So we're on 3s now. Whoever got 3 votes
7 only got
is
2?
first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 3, Ms. Felton, me, and
Nope.
the chair. Oh, Heather, that you or no on that?
I didn't know.
Oh, my mistake.
Tatum was
I did 8.
Tatum was 7.
Oh, that's what I did.
Yeah.
I put 7 instead of 8. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You and Mr. Tatum were 7.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Tatum submitted Dr. Mathis. Are we comfortable moving Mr. Solano with 3 votes, move forward in the semifinalist round?
Yeah, unless there's something.
Sure. am.
So what, I'm
You
just,
can put him through, but,
I'd be interested in hearing the reasons why the 3 board members that chose him believe
right.
would like to move him forward.
Yeah. I'll give you mine real quick. I think being in Florida as part of the school system, looking at leadership, high school, he's almost been everywhere except I guess he wasn't at middle and elementary, but his school backgrounds, especially in Florida. Assistant to Associate Superintendent of Learning, Teaching and Learning in Florida. And then moving to, I don't know why I moved to Detroit. Had to buy jackets and all that kind of stuff. To 8 years now, being part of, I mean, it looks like to me what we would maybe consider cabinets, 54,000 students. I would like to just see more from him.
If the board is interested, the superintendent in Detroit, Dr. Nikolai Vitti, was the superintendent in Duval before going to Detroit, and so there was some connection there.
Gotcha. Thank you for that reference.
I was actually just looking that up if, and I should have done this before the meeting, but if Mr. Solano went with Dr. Vitti to Detroit at the same time, it doesn't look like it, because Dr. Vitti was hired, it looks like in 2017. And I think Mr. Solano, I don't have his resume in front of me, open.
I don't know if he went with Dr. Vitti, but his work in Collier attracted Dr. Vitti.
Gotcha.
Prior to Dr. Vitti's role as superintendent in Duval, he did a lot of work in school improvement for the state. He was a deputy chancellor.
Okay. So there's probably, we don't know, and I don't want to speculate, but potential connection there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's what I kind of assumed. As soon as I saw Detroit, I thought of Dr. Vitti, because I remember when he left
Yes.
Duval. Yep.
But prior to his role as superintendent, like I said, he served for the state and was around the state, visiting schools in need of improvement, that type of stuff.
And for my own reasoning, extensive classroom and school experience in Florida. So I really appreciate that. He gets what it is to be a teacher here, a principal here. And then, again, 8 years experience with a really big district. So he understands more than some of our other candidates what it is to have a lot of schools and a lot of kids, and there's lots of moving parts. And that really is important to me because we are such a large district that they have experience with something this big.
Yeah, I guess I'll finish it off. I feel, I don't want to say this as a concrete statement, but from what I saw among the candidates, we had very few who met all of our preferred qualifications. We had, as you said, all of them met our
Minimum.
basic minimum preferences. I forget what we termed that, but our preferred qualities, Mr. Solano was one of the few. Detroit Public Schools is about our same size. Manatee County Schools is as far as students are concerned, is a majority-minority school district, just barely, but, and Detroit Public Schools is certainly fits that too. I think there's certain strengths that would come with a school leader who's operated in that environment and learned in that environment and worked in that environment. So, but yeah, he's, as the chair mentioned, he's came up through Florida as an educator and now has executive experience. So I thought he was one of our stronger applicants. Let me rephrase that. I thought he was one of our strongest applicants.
And I know number 16 only got one vote. And according to the handout that we were giving on, like I said, RQ required, PQ preferred
Right.
qualities. You had said that he did not have 20,000 students or more.
That flyer was prepared by your HR team.
Okay, all right.
I prepared the
But
final
I did
applicant summary, but he did a
this.
very thorough review.
This one right here? Did you
Yes,
do
ma'am, that
this
was
one?
prepared by your HR team.
Okay.
But he does have, if you look under his Executive Director, Administration of Leadership in Cherokee County, 42,000 students. at
Right,
practice.
and that's what I was gonna make a point that he did actually have. Because I did my actually had 6,000 employees as well. So I don't know if that was any bearing on anybody else's decision, but to me, I saw that and I was like, well, how could they miss that? But if you look at the paperwork that was submitted by this applicant, I don't know where I saw that, where it's had 42,000 students. I think
It's
I
on the
found
final
it.
applicant summary.
Right,
That
on
was
your
submitted to you a
applicants.
week ago.
Right, but not on, was it on his applicant?
When I look up the candidates' resumes, I will also look at niche.com
Right.
for student enrollment.
That's what I'm saying. The candidate did not put it on his own paperwork. And I saw that throughout some of these.
Most of them don't. That's why we do the additional research on their
Right.
current and last position.
But when we posted it, it was number 2 in the preferred to have at least 20,000 or more students. So I'm just making a point to people who apply, kind of look at your guidelines here, because some of these applicants did not have near the experience with student that we preferred. I'm just saying, that was a lot, and it was a lot to go through, so just an observation. So,
Am I safe in assuming now that moving Mr. Solano forward with 3 votes is appropriate into the
Yes.
pool?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. We've heard Mrs. Spray talk about Dr. Mark Murgis, candidate number 16. Are there any other board members who would want to see Dr. Murgis move forward?
Ms. Ray, could you go over with a little bit of detail why you like candidate number 16, please?
I mean, he's only got one, it's just me, so I'm not gonna try to, convince other board members, but during my research, this individual was up for superintendent in, I believe, Georgia. And there was a petition that was signed by 1,700 community individuals to pick Dr. Murgis. I guess I'm saying that right. And the board went with a different person that they absolutely did not want. And so I watched the news clip. To be honest, there was a news clip about the whole incident. And then when I did the searching on how many students and staff members that was there, it was one of those, okay, at least he's one that I would move forward.
That was in Cherokee where he was,
Yep, that's where it was at.
and that's why he left and now is a principal
Yes,
at a charter school.
exactly, that's why he left, so.
Well, thank you for that. If he had some maybe Florida experience, I might be more inclined to.
Right, I get that,
Go
and I-
along
and
with it,
I
but it's
knew
fun
it
to
was
hear.
a long shot, but I at least wanted to point that out.
Okay.
And this is to anybody that's applying for this kind of a seat. You know, when you put out the qualifications and the preferred, the either required and preferred, you know, I would really be hesitant to apply for a role that I'm only a superintendent of 2 high schools. I don't know if that's factual or not, but in some of them, some of the cases in other states, and I know this for a fact, you can be a superintendent over a few schools in a township, not an entire district, or a board member at a school, but not in a district. So you kind of have to look at what the different states, how they run their districts, and a lot of them are, like I said, one of them has 9 board members for very few schools. And I looked to see how many schools, how many high schools, how many elementary. I don't remember the one, but I was real shocked at why they would have gone through our process and how they would have been sent to us, you know, with that kind of qualification.
Well, Mrs. Spray, you certainly are correct in that many districts in other parts of the country are much smaller than Florida districts. And you are also correct in that board members sometimes can be over a small township.
Right.
That has 2 schools, or even some districts are one school.
Right.
Not all board members are paid. Some of them, that's a volunteer role. But, you know, it's a unique situation across the country, and Florida is
And-
somewhat unique in how we operate.
And that's what you have to look at.
Yes,
With
ma'am.
some of these applicants, okay, you can say they might have 10 years of leadership, but are they over 5 schools or 50? So you kind of really have to do your own, and that's what I did. I don't know about everybody else, but that's what I did. I even looked at everybody's transcript. Some of them took karate and tennis, you know, so, but, you know, when you need one more credit, you take one of those courses to get through. So I'm done rambling, I guess. Yeah,
So currently,
my
we have,
rationale of things.
we currently have in our semifinalist pool for your consideration, Dr. Lori Breslin, David Adams, and Louis Solano. Are there any other candidates that board members wish to advocate for being included in the semifinalist pool? You have one other candidate, number 7, with 2 votes. Number 8 has 1. Number 12 has 1, and then number 16 has 1.
Yeah, I'm a little torn here because, pardon me, coming into this, I was kind of the thinking that if a candidate did not receive 3 votes to advance, they should not advance because there's not a board majority. But I do just want to take a second to talk about Dr. Mathis from Nassau County. Nassau County is a very high-quality school district. It's an A again for I forget how many times in a row. It's a smaller district, but she does have the leadership experience that we were looking for. She certainly has lots of Florida experience, and so that's why I included her. If she didn't catch the eye of any other members, that's okay. And frankly, I still believe that in this process, if you don't have 3 votes to proceed, you should not proceed. But I did think that Dr. Mathis was a really strong candidate here. And, but if other board members didn't feel the same, that's,
I picked her
okay,
too,
too.
and I remember looking at the Nassau, I'm trying to look it up again. The Nassau County, school district, they have about 17,000 or so students. They have, I think, 4, maybe even 5 high schools in the district. It seems like a lot for that, but I remember looking at that last night. They have a number of middle schools, a number of elementary schools. It's probably about half the size of our district, but although I was surprised at the number of high schools, and she's obviously done a good job of working within that district and moving it forward. Has very similar qualifications to Dr. Breslin, has a lot of experience in the Florida school system, so I would think it would be really a good idea to at least hear from her and let her, talk to us a little bit more, because she's leading one of the best she's a senior leader in one of the best school districts in Florida.
All 14 of the schools in Nassau County are rated A this
Yeah,
year for
they're all rated A.
24-25, and I believe it's their 5th year consecutive of being an A district when I had a chance to look that up.
Yeah.
I was unable to verify yesterday all the ESE data that she reported, but that is something that, should the board want to move forward with semifinalist selection, we could certainly do that. But I'm not advocating for or against, just trying to provide you with some additional data.
Right.
Chad, can I throw one thing in? Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if this is, I mean, this is relevant to me, and I really appreciate the document that we got yesterday with the community input. Because if this is not publicly available on our website yet, I think it should be, because it's really fascinating to read the comments that we received. In general, question number 1, in general about the search, and then question number 2, an opportunity to leave feedback on specific candidates. This may mean something, it may not, but in Dr. Mathis
That's true too.
Dr. Mathis received 30 of, Dr. Vogel, help me out. How many comments were there?
251.
Okay. But for that question, because it says she received 30 comments from the public, which is 20.4%. Dr. Breslin received 101 community comments, which is 68.7. And I read through this entire document yesterday, every single word of this document, both questions. And every single comment on Dr. Mathis is positive. Every single comment on Dr. Breslin is positive. In some cases, effusively so, positive. So I thought that was just an indicator, though. That, I mean, I already, honestly, I had identified my 4 before I received this document. So when I received the public input document, I was like, okay, I'm generally on the same page as the community. But that really jumped out to me, and I hope that, for the sake of a well-rounded search, I really think we should include Dr. Mathis. But again, there's still only 2 supporters for her, and I want to be consistent. So
Ms. Sullivan?
I'm not opposed to adding her to the pool. My concerns are how small the district is. And so that's really where my concern lay. Because it is such a small district, I appreciate her experience and how well her district is doing, and all of that is fabulous. And so don't get me wrong, I'm not discounting that at all. But I just feel like with such a small district, I mean, it's not even 20,000 kids. With such a small district, I don't know that, and she may, I don't know, but I don't know if she'll be able to rise to the challenge.
Yeah, that's,
So that was my concern. I mean, if the rest of the board would like to go ahead and move her forward, just to add her in, I'm okay with that. But I feel like the other three are more viable candidates, stronger candidates.
Chad, if I may add too.
Yeah.
Ms. Felton, if I may dialogue with you.
Of course.
No, to your point, one of the things that I don't want to say gave me pause, but one of the things to consider is that Nassau County demographically is very different than Manatee County. So it's a smaller district. It's much different as far as student body. And that's relevant. So I just wanted to. I think what you're saying is relevant.
Yeah, and that was also another one of, and I just actually pulled it up again because I wanted to refresh myself, because I did look at the demographics of our applicants where they've worked, and because we do have a much more diverse population, a lot less affluent, and we all know that affluence also impacts school grade. So if you have schools that are far more diverse in terms of affluence, and it's not saying it's impossible. I mean, we have obvious proof of schools that are Title I schools or low economic schools with huge numbers of kids who are on free and reduced lunch, and who've done it, who've pulled up the grades, and who are doing great. But it's a different kettle of fish. I hate that expression, but it is.
Yeah, agreed.
So,
So would you might believe that, because these other candidates are from out of state, and that the fact that she has A schools, and the demographics may be different, but that she's somewhat of an expert in the Florida school system, maybe that counterbalances a little bit the fact that there actually, I counted them, I think I just counted there are 16 schools in the Nassau County District. I understand that.
14.
14?
Mhm.
Why did I just do that here?
Yeah.
But the fact that she has A schools, she's not the superintendent, but the district is an A school district, and that she has a lot of experience within the Florida system. I'm kind of hesitant to bring people from out of state that, I know one of the candidates was in state and then went out of state, but that isn't plugged into kind of what's going on in the state of Florida, unless they had some outstanding qualifications, like, the Detroit public school system was the #1 school system in the state of Michigan, and that really counterbalanced the fact that they've been out of the state. They're not plugged into what's going on. They don't have the relationships built within the state, or certainly within the community. I would just encourage us to at least add Dr. Mathis, because she has a lot going for her, other than the fact that, her district is about half the size of our district. So I'll put that out there. I think that her positives, if you had to balance them out, outweigh the negatives, that she's from a school district about half our size, which still requires, school district half our size. If we have a $1.6 billion budget, that's still $800 million that is going on in that school district. There actually are, I just brought up their school system, 1, 2, 3, 4 high schools, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It looks like there's 17 schools here, but anyway, those are my thoughts, that her positives outweigh the fact that she's from a school district half our size. So I would encourage us to put her on the list. Very sharp lady.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Do you have anything to say or no? No?
I'm still a no on
Okay.
her, I'm sorry.
So, she was my next one up. I wanted 3. I think is our number. She was my next one up. For a lot of the reasons what Mr. Tatum you just said. the Florida experience, I think is big as teacher, principal, and then moving up into the district. I do have concerns, and it just is what it is, about the student population. It's a completely different dynamic. You know, when you move to a district that we are, if I think she would be a slam dunk semifinalist with probably all 5 of us, if she had a couple years experience as a superintendent at even her size school, like even her size district, if she was actual superintendent, I think she'd probably be a slam dunk. But I do think there's a lot of merit to being Florida based, to being leadership here in Florida, teaching, principal. So I'm willing to put her in the top 4 and move forward with her. So I'm willing to say yes. She was my next one on the list. I think there is a lot of merit to what she brings. The concern to why she was 4th and not moved up was because of the size, right? Like, you know, when you're dealing with everyday issues, even as a assistant superintendent, even the cabinet, like it's different when you're dealing with 50,000 kids than, you know, 15, 16, whatever the district is now in Nassau. But regardless, I think being in that cabinet at any district, especially in Florida, is a difficult one. And so I'm absolutely okay with putting her on our finalist, and moving on with her to have 4.
Okay, so what I've heard from the majority of the board now is that we would have 4 semifinalists: Dr. Lori Breslin, candidate 4, David Adams, candidate 5, Dr. Misty Mathis, candidate 7, and Louis Solano, candidate 10. And that will come back to the board this evening for formal adoption. Just as a reminder, and perhaps to maybe put your minds at ease just a little bit, again, there's no magic number here. And the value of putting someone forward is that it just gives us a little bit of time to find some additional information. We will certainly take back the questions that you all have raised about each of these 4 in terms of the vetting that we do as a part of our process. And also, I would remind you that there's no magic number of finalists, whether we prefer not 1, but that we've done them with 1 before, 2, 3, or 4. The only factor that changes, the variable, is how much time you might spend with each individual candidate. We typically like to do 90-minute full board interviews. And just as a reminder to the public, those are open to the public or able to be viewed from home. In addition, then the following day, you have 1 hour, typically individual interviews with each board member. And that gives you the opportunity also, and the candidate the opportunity also, to bring forward additional responses to the questions that you all have raised, the doubts that you may have at that stage of the ballgame, as well as then the meet and greet that evening for your community. And again, there will be QR codes so that you'll get community survey. Now on your semifinalist pool, starting on Thursday through August the 10th, and then during the interview process over those 3 days. Mrs. Messina is going to be following up with all of you to get started on your interview question bank, both for the full board interview, and then if you want any suggestions, tips, sample questions for your individual interviews, although that really can be a conversation between the board member and the candidate. We're going to continue to provide regular updates to Dr. Vogel, and if you have any questions moving forward, please don't hesitate to contact Mrs. Messina or any member of the team. When we meet on the 12th to select your finalists, it will mirror this evening's process. Again, no magic number. The only factor is how long you want to spend with each individual candidate. And just as a reminder, the full board interviews are scheduled for August the 18th here at the district office, followed by the community meet and greet that evening at Manatee Technical College, and then individual board interviews, which are not open to the public, are scheduled for August the 19th. And then you will have an opportunity to get more community feedback prior to your selection meeting on August the 26th. I did also want to say thank you to the Manatee Education Foundation. They've been working with Dr. Vogel and the team and have graciously will be providing meals for the applicants and their families during that interview period. And again, we appreciate your engagement in the process and our work with Dr. Vogel and your team as we prepare for the next round.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Well,
See you soon.
seamless. Yeah, we'll see you soon. Thank you very much. Drive safe.
Thanks for making the trek.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much.
Happy to do it.
Great job.
And thank you to the facilities team for allowing us to go first.
Yeah, no worries.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care now.
My apple.
All right, as we make our transitions,
Only one that went 5. All right.
we're going to move to our next topic, which is high school AAA update, where we've got a plethora of people that are going to give us some thoughts. So as they make their way,
I keep it on.
Chad, have you read this document?
yeah,
It's crazy.
the one.
I mean, it's great. It's just great.
The one is, yeah, hilarious.
Ooh, 3D.
And I can't see it.
I can see half of it.
I'll move over.
So board, I know that we've, during our board briefings and things like that, we've obviously discussed what today's gonna be about, just so the public knows. You know, we've started with, you know, within the last 5 years with this AAA high school at one level. We've obviously pared it down, and to given our board's direction here. So I know Mr. Rinaldi and his group has done their due diligence on what we had said on size and scale and price and things like that. So I think today is really about us discussing a lot of the future of what this potential school site looks like moving forward. Obviously, we're gonna get a lot of information on data, enrollment, potential enrollment, how the market looks for build for homes, et cetera. And so for us, I think it's and I'll let Mr. Chapman, when he comes back in, give his ideas and thoughts too. But ultimately, board, thank you. My thought process is, you know, for us to have a discussion on this high school, give some kind of direction on how this goes. I'm not saying we need to have a, yes, let's do it tomorrow. No, let's not, you know what I mean? If we don't have a full decision on anything, there's still some time to discuss this more. This is it for the rest of the day. I when we looked at topics, I thought this was going to be something that could take a little bit to discuss and options to go over and look at. So, yeah, so I'm excited to get into this discussion on what the future looks like here in Manatee County as we obviously have growth. We live in a great area, great schools, and people want to move here. People want to live here. And so with that, Mr. Chapman, I'll give it to you just to give us a quick synopsis of what you think too this discussion can be about, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Board Chair and Board. This is one, I'm excited about this workshop, right? This is good governance at its best, right? We've got a panel of probably some of the best, if not the best experts in the county to present data and get their perspective. We've got incredible wealth of all kinds of metrics. And like you said, Mr. Chair, to spend most of the day here talking about how to responsibly use taxpayer dollars in the right way to manage the growth in this county is exactly what we should be doing today, and it's exciting. This is a great example of government and a government body doing its job, and I'm just excited about it. So I know we've got Mr. Penley here, Mr. Rinaldi, Ms. Scarborough here. We'll also have Mr. Neal here to kind of present what he's seeing in the market. So obviously it's up to you, Mr. Chair, but if we wanted to maybe have Mr. Neal present first here, and then we'll see where that goes, and then we can figure out the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, great. No, I was,
Mr. Chairman, I want to listen to the program. I'm interested in this high school. I'd like you to do it in accordance with the thought process of your board.
yeah, that's fine.
For the duration.
I will say we have, I wanted to take lunch at roughly like 11:45, 11:50 to run to Kiwanis as Omar is speaking. So I wanted to be able to take lunch in, let's say, 30 minutes to 35 minutes. So I don't know where you thought Mr. Neal would fit into the process here, or even doesn't even really matter at what point he discusses his, or is it okay just to go with him now?
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
He's got, I've seen his slides. We actually use two of the same data metrics here, but other than that, his presentation is completely independent. And we asked him to be here today because obviously he's one of the largest home builders in Manatee and also in Sarasota. So there's so much talk about slowdown in growth, residential growth and things like that we thought it would be a fresh perspective from you to hear directly from a builder that is one of the largest in the area. So,
I'll go now.
Sure.
I think he might want to stick around and see my presentation
Yeah, I
too.
want-
Well, go ahead.
Are you ready, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I might say, very complimented by your board that you'd asked me to talk with your school board about the idea of a new high school. Remember, I'm a big believer in people who want to live and move and prosper to Manatee County. So, Mr. Chair, I'm kind of an advocate, and I ought to just say that. Schools are a very important part of the home building business. Traditionally, and typically up to the last few years, we sold the benefits of the Sarasota County schools. And we still do, but Manatee County has made this huge progress. And if you make a note of my presentation, and there's some advocacy here, because I believe in schools as a resource for the citizens of this community. I have a pass out. Mike, could you would you hand it out?
Yes, they have it.
But we gave them the graphics, so
Okay.
they have all your
All right.
graphics.
I'm going to start on number 5, just because it's so personal to me. When I ran for the legislature 51 years ago, there were 93,000 people in this town. I went to see Steve's dad, whose dad had been the state senator, and so I could count on the people who ran Manatee County on a few hands. It was a small place. You knew everybody who lived here, and it was like a little burg. But it's changed, Mr. Chairman. There's, according to the census estimate, 458,000 people now, and as I'll say with greater detail, after a few years, after 25 years, we'll have 717,000 people in this crazy little county of ours. And the growth is not going to slow down, according to the statistics I've seen. It will actually increase, not in rate, but in total numbers. Here's the very short version. Notwithstanding what you've read about the housing recession, the housing hasn't grown quite so much, but we still are growing as a state at 872 people per day. For the last 10 years, Manatee County has been always among the top 6. 3 years ago, it was the top 1. Currently, it might be the top 3rd fastest growing county in our state. And I do have to say that it will continue to grow because the Gulf Coast is really the remaining good area of the state where people can go. They don't go to the Nature Coast because there's no beaches. They don't go to the Gold Coast because it's full. They don't go to the Space Coast because it's cold. They don't go to the Treasure Coast because it's even colder and the beaches are so steep. I'm an advocate for Manatee County, Mr. Chairman, but they're going to come to Manatee County, Florida. Second, if you go to the slide that looks like this, the people we sell homes to are different. They're not the same people that we used to sell homes to. The baby boom, people my age are getting irrelevant. The folks who are moving here are Xers, and that some of them still have kids. If you look at the green stripes, the people who are moving to our town are people who are younger than the people who used to. Retirement age is lower in our country, and people who are coming to Manatee County who buy homes from me are younger than they were 10 years ago. We're a retirement builder. We used to sell 15 or 20% of our total homes to those who were not empty nesters or active adults. We can't use the word retirement in my company. It's a forbidden word. You're either an empty nester, which means you have a job, or you're an active adult, which means you don't have a job. But the baby boom is over, and we sell about 31% of our jewel box homes to people who are Generation Xers. They have children. Of course, Lakewood Ranch is the number 2 master plan community in the United States. The only one that's bigger than that is the Villages, which has actually been declining as a proportion. The Villages is 55 plus, which is less important for schools than what we're going to talk about today. Next slide is, might be out of
What page are you at,
Sword.
Mr. Neal?
sorry?
What page are you at, Mr. Neal?
Well, I'm at no page right now,
Okay,
Page 3.
Cindy.
okay.
The important thing I want to say is, for the first time in history, Manatee County now builds and sells more homes than Hillsborough County.
Right,
Think about that.
yeah.
Doesn't really come to mind, but we now build more homes in this town than are built in Hillsborough County. And it is not going to stop. I guess that's chart 3, Cindy.
Okay,
Turn the page.
It's on their screen.
Chart 4. Oh, on the screen. This RELCO, Lakewood Ranch, pays this company from California to watch where all the residential people come in our community. Their presentation about 2 months ago, with George Cruz present, probably was for George Cruz. George Cruz? The name of our chairman? Was to demonstrate that our growth would actually increase over the next few years rather than decrease. That's an increase in numbers, not necessarily an increase in rate. That is, the total numbers, which is what you have to count for seats in schools, will increase, even though as a proportion it may not be quite as much as in the last 25 years. There'll be a lot more people coming here. And over the next 5 years, there'll be an increase in the growth of about 44%. Then after that period of time, it slows down a little bit. I'm going to chart 5, much more growth in the future. Mike is going to talk about this chart with much more detail than I will, and his will be right side up. So you might wait till he talks about it, but the short version is it will grow by 250,000 people through 2050, according to RELCO statistics, and 210,000 in accordance with the Metropolitan Planning Organization. In either case, it's a lot of growth. 250,000 people or 210,000 people. Population today is 458,000. Current estimate for that's 2024. Current estimate for today is 467,000, 467. Add 250,000 people in 25 years, 717,000 people. That would be, starting on this chart, number 7. Cindy, and it says that according to these lines, the continuation line would be the blue line. That's the historically accurate line. Somewhere between the blue and the green line will be the growth rate, and it starts off faster than previous growth and then continues and then slows down a little bit between 2035 and 2050. 2035 is only 10 years away, and if you're building schools, at least based on my work in the legislature, you had to plan 4 years ahead to make sure you had a school for the kids who were going to be here. According to the MPO, if you add 44,000 homes in the northeast and 22,000 in the southeast, that's 64,000 dwelling units. If in Manatee County you produce .063 high school students per home, that's 4,032 additional high school students. So it seems clear to me that you'll need high schools both in the North County and in Lakewood Ranch. In my case, I guess I'm building 930 homes across from your new high school, planned site for your new high school. I plan to build roughly 3,600 additional homes To the east, on the other side of the lake, Manatee County Commission notwithstanding, I'm planning to build about 1,000 homes in the south part of Lakewood Ranch at what Rex calls the Blob, the land that they bought from the burned Newman Rosenthal estate, which they've added to the ranch. And as you know, the ranch continues to buy new land adjacent to their property, and they have other undisclosed land that they're still trying to acquire. Owners of the Lakewood Ranch have built the best master plan community in our state and region, and I think that area will grow. But in addition to that, there's currently 49,000 dwelling units now approved in the North County. My son John has a 5,600 home property called North River Ranch that is very successful, Mr. Chairman, because of the high school where we made a multi-million-dollar contribution, because of the new, the new elementary school, and now a new middle school that will open about 3 weeks from now. And we want to support your schools in a business way, but we also want you to continue to build beautiful new schools like you have been. Building permits in the last 3 years in Manatee County were 4,700 in 2023, 5,312 in '24. In June of 2025, the last 9 months was 5,620. That's an increase, not a decrease. There has been a decrease in sales, but the building permits continue. I think as long as we have high interest rates, there'll be some restraint on the number of new homes we sell, but we are selling them. Prices have declined. As you know, builders will build and sell no matter what, and so today, if you buy a home from Neil, we'll buy down your mortgage interest rate, and we'll give you flex cash for your buying a home. Our average concessions are about 12% right now, which is consistent with the marketplace, and I think we'll continue to meet the market. We have to meet the market to continue. I'm going to number 8, which is photos of Sarasota County schools. Get this, Mr. Chairman. Sarasota County schools Sarasota County hasn't been building schools because they have a much older population than we do. They haven't built a high school since Booker 31 years ago, but here's a new picture of their high school at Wellen Park. It's a 3-story high school. I'm building a road out in front of it. They're going to fill it up with kids. They also have a K-8 next to it, and they have another K-8 adjacent to our Three Rivers Ranch project. So schools in Sarasota County are good, but what's exceptional about them is that they're there at all. It's this community that has not had school population growth until the last few years. Closing now, quote, I say, do we need new schools in Manatee County? Answer, heavens, yes. I think it's clear. I'm not sure if people will be going to Southeast or Bayshore or Manatee in the same rates that they used to. My last big community in West Bradenton was Perico Bay Club, which I completed in 1992. We built some homes on the Palmasola Peninsula since then, but the growth in our community is primarily in the east central, the Lakewood Ranch area, and in the northeast, which will continue to grow with great speed. As I said, there's 49,000 home sites currently approved in northeast Manatee County. There's still 16,000 more dwelling units to be built in Lakewood Ranch, which is quite a few. As I said, I am planning to build my share, and I'm speaking to you as an advocate. I was Appropriations Chairman of the State Senate, and I may say, I guess I'll have to report to you all, I was a Democrat, and I may have supported all the taxes for schools. I certainly supported the local option millage for schools, which the voters in Manatee County adopted. I worked very hard to pass that because I thought schools were important. Manatee County used to not vote for school bond issues. In 1974, they turned down their school bond issue, and I guess it was Gene Witt and I worked very hard to make sure that we had millage for schools. I also voted for the local option school tax under 212-850. The CO and DS and PICO money that used to come from the state has declined, so you have to look at local sources, but your community has adopted more than $100 million a year in local sources, and it's had a pretty strong popular vote. The renewal of the local option sales tax was with 57%. Last time, it was only 50.6 or 7 the time before that. So I'm speaking as an advocate. Do you need this new high school? I'm sure you do, because the people coming to Manatee County are different than the folks who used to come here. I speak as an expert in housing, and that's all.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the chance, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. We got a couple questions.
I got a question
Neal.
for you, Mr. Neal. On page 1, you said that 15% of the homes you were built, or people moving into your homes, were empty nesters.
Empty nesters or
a-
active
or-
adults.
Right, adults only.
Used to
yeah.
be 15% now.
Now you're up at 31%
31%.
of being that, okay. And you have already board-approved 49,000 homes to be built.
Yes, not me, but me and other builders in
You and other builders, okay,
North Manatee County.
okay.
I think I may have flipped the statistics, but the effect is that there's more young people buying homes from me, and young person for me is anybody less than 59.
A good point. So when there are, since you talked politics, when there are political issues such as the influx of people coming down from states during the COVID rush, is what I call it. It was a COVID rush into Florida. Do you anticipate something like that in the near future? Another rush of people coming down? The governor has been talking about that. That's why I'm asking.
If I might call you Cindy?
Yes.
Of course. I'm investing zillions of dollars in land and infrastructure and roads being built at my expense and also Manatee County's expense, because I think that Manatee County, Florida is one of the most desirable places to be in the United States. Not only are we good, but the other places are bad. New York City has new taxes to pass. Chicago, Illinois has an anti-police mayor now, and crime has gotten out of hand in parts of the areas surrounding the inner city. So I think we will continue to be good, and people will continue to come to Florida because it's a desirable place to live and prosper and bring your family, period.
And to end that, I will say, when a lot of us that moved down here didn't ask permission to move here, we looked online to find a house or a job, and those opportunities became available, and we came here. We did not go to the county or to the school board and say, can we move to your county? So, because I know there's a lot of anti-development people, and I'm more about smart growth like everybody else. And that's why we're talking about this. We're talking about what we need to do in response to the growth that's already been approved with 49,000 new homes coming. Will they all be sold? What's your projection? Who knows? We can't even think about that. But I have a good feeling that it's gonna be a high percentage of people that are gonna be coming to our state again within the next, I'm gonna say 12 months.
People vote with their dollars, not necessarily with politics.
Right, right.
There's 4 times as many people in this town in the 55 years I've been building, and it's just going to continue. I would say, on a comparative basis, Florida is even more desirable because of the tax and jobs and management of our state when compared to other states than it was in 1970. So I think growth will increase as opposed to decrease. And I think, I'd say, the current attitude in Manatee County is a bit transitory. I think I've got enough lots to build all I want to for many years without it being changed by the current, what you say, board attitude.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the document. I
Well-
just got this, so I'm gonna really dive into it. I just wanna say thank you for your expertise in your field. It's something we all need to hear sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy had a question.
I got a few. First, Pat, thanks for being here. It's been a long time since we've seen you in this room.
Well,
And it's
I
good to
like
have
being
you.
invited. You know, I like to talk, so you invite me anytime.
No, it's, this is really interesting factors that we're discussing, and generally speaking, I agree with your summation. The growth is coming. At what rate it comes might be up for debate, but people are coming here. We know that. But I was wondering if you could speak to, in your, Florida's a boom and bust state, as we all know. At least it has it. Maybe not boom and bust, but it's got its ups and downs, obviously. So, what, in your experience as a builder, what are some of the circumstances we've seen in the past in Florida that are they all tied to national economic downturns? Because that's kind of what I think it is, but I have no expertise in the matter. Like, what are our potential trouble spots as far as growth?
I think the trouble spots that we see, my average home price has declined a bit. It's now about $659,000. For a family to buy a new home, they have to be able to afford it. And they have to see that they have a safe path for employment and prosperity in the future. First, they have to afford it. During the time that we had the 3 and 4% interest rates, a lot of Americans could afford a new home. Our average mortgage now is just a little bit lower than 7%. You can watch the 10-year T and add 250 basis points. You pretty much can see interest rates through the 10-year T-bill and the risk premium over the U.S. government securities that a mortgage carries. But of course, the market tries to solve that, Charlie, and the way we do it is we say, if you want to buy a home from Pat Neal today, we'll pay the mortgage company, which we also have a piece of, to offer you a 5.25% interest. Or if Lennar says $499, next Tuesday we go to $499 also. Now that comes off the value of the house from my perspective, and our total concession par, as I told you, was 11, 12, or 13% right now. So we're making it easier for people to buy homes, but not that easy. I think we all believe that in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, interest rates will go down if the inflation is pushed down. And that leads me to the second point. They have to see a clear path. They have to see a clear path for their employment and investment future. When the stock market goes up 120 points, down and up, and then down 400, and then up and down, the volatility scares the retired people. I promise not to use that word, but I just have. I said use retired.
The active adults.
The active adults. The active adults depend on their investments and their social. So the short version is they have to see a good future too. Right now we've had a volatile year. I think that will settle down, and I see a more prosperous future, period. And that means people will move and move with safety. The third problem is, can they sell their home in Illinois or Ohio? And that is gotten to be a problem for a lot of people. We don't take home contingencies in sales anymore because many times they can't sell their home in that town without taking a pretty big reduction in the price they expect. Interest rates, security toward the future, and sell my home in Ohio.
So it really is kind of national factors that affect us
All
locally.
national factors.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing. Of course, we now build our dens in bonus rooms completely different. We build what I call the testosterone den and the estrogen den. The testosterone den is a workplace at home. We sold to a stockbroker in Erie, Pennsylvania, who calls it, about 3 weeks ago, he calls his secretary and asks what the weather is in Erie, so he can talk to his customers in Erie. But you don't have to be in Erie to be a stockbroker in Erie.
Right.
And that's true of New York, and it's true of everybody else in this world, as long as they have a good connection. And we have all sorts of new connections that we can make to people to the outside world, and they will continue to come here because the office of the future is not an office at all. They can come here. 15% of our purchasers have a consulting career or still a career up north when they come here to work and live.
Was that number 15%?
15%.
Interesting.
And our dens are way different than they used to be, and the wiring is way different.
You're building home offices, basically.
Absolutely. We're building home offices to be a real office as opposed to an office where you manage your investments.
Okay. Well,
And it's in a different place in the home, and it's a quiet place. It's at the front of the house with a strong door as opposed to a glass window, because the person who works in that office closes the door at their work time, and they work all day. different way of living. And of course, the market is designed to respond to those pressures, and we do.
Okay, I guess I have one more. As long as I have this opportunity to dialogue with you.
Free consulting, Charlie, whatever.
Thank you. On topic, but off topic for the school district. In your opinion, being a former legislator, being still connected to that world, when are we going to see property insurance relief or reform? The $1 million Florida question.
I'll answer your question by answering a different question. I think the governor is very committed to his tax reform and to his homestead reform, and I think our growth in revenue in our state is big enough that he'll get his constitutional amendment on property tax reform. Full stop, new topic. If you're a new home seller, we say the safest place for you to be if there's a storm in Florida is in a home built since 1986, and particularly one built since 2012. I moved in the last hurricane from my wooden home in West Braden, 71-year-old wooden home in West Bradenton, to a Neal custom home model, and it was sound and strong. And you know, we built what we call a lawyer-proof home, Charlie. That is, everybody tests our roof with a fish scale and spring to see if it has 42 pounds of per square foot of uplift. We have uplift continuity from the tie beam all the way down to the footing, and we have a window that will take a 2x4 at 150 miles an hour. A new home built by Neal has insurance from about $1,300 to $2,100 a year. That comparable pre-1986 home of the same value is about $5,500 or $6,000 a year if it's not on the beach. So we say the solution to the insurance problem is to buy a new home. For all the rest of you, it's a problem.
Understood.
It will be a problem solved as we go into the new homes. Remember, after Hurricane Andrew in particular, we started building what we call uplift continuity, the way to tie the footing of the house all the way to the roof so nothing flies off.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you, as we mentioned there, you have been a consistent supporter of public schools.
I have been.
And I just want to express my appreciation for that. And also, the other safest place to be in a hurricane is one of our public schools.
Sure.
In 1974, schools in Manatee County were not that good. The physical plant was not that good. People thought about the importance of schools being in Ohio where their grandchildren were. And we had an anti-school attitude among voters and people. And community leadership in our community changed, Charlie, and leadership by the board changed. I'd say about in the Gene Witt times, and I think we have a much better world, both for employment and for living, because of that change. And I thank you all for your leadership for that at this time.
That's what brought me here.
Shannon?
Mr. Neal, good afternoon.
I love seeing you. Like I said, I love being here.
Good. Just to clarify for me whether we call it retirement or active adults, whatever the term is.
You are active. You must be an active adult.
That's right, I'm an active adult. I ride my bike, I run, I lift a weight, one arm at a time. So, but if we had to break it down into the amount of homes that you sell to people with school-age children and the amount that don't have school-age children, what would that percentage be?
I think I reversed the statistics. I'm now about 31% families. I think I must have said that in the reverse.
Okay.
Right.
So- And I do know, and Mr. Chapman has told me this, that the two schools that are opening in the fall are full. Is that correct?
They are, yes, they are full.
They're full. And we actually have to keep 15 portables at Harvey because even with the upper campus at Harvey, and now we have it as a middle school, we still don't have enough room to accommodate.
Yes, thanks to the home sales at North River Ranch, we have to still have portables there. So we are going to start soon building the additions to the new schools that we are going to open up in August. We're all going to start to add additions to. So,
Okay.
yes.
That campus is full of portables, Richard. Of course, we have a new school site to the north that we think is about perfect, and we'll do a brother-in-law deal for the school board.
Sure.
Make sure that you can come there.
So in taking into account what Mr. Chapman just said and what the statistics show that our schools are full, when I talk to people in the community that are somewhat knowledgeable about home building and growth, and maybe it's in the state of Florida in general, the sentiment is something to the effect of, oh, it's tape, you know, it's leveling off and it's going to go down a little bit. Got to be careful. Don't build yourself too many schools. You're going to have too much capacity. But I don't see that. I don't hear you saying that. But why is that sentiment out there? And these are not just random people I meet on the street. These are people that are somewhat involved in the industry and keep an eye on it and stuff. Any thoughts why I hear some of that
I
stuff?
spent the last year trying to fight that sentiment. Of course,
Okay.
that's my job. I don't know if you read the New York Times. Do you ever open up the Times and read the front page? Everything makes you want to just go slit your wrists.
I'm a Wall Street Journal guy
Okay,
myself.
well, I
so
read the
anyway.
Times and the Journal, just
Okay.
got balance.
Yeah.
I don't know where all that comes from. We say that people live their whole lives to retire to this state as a respite, as a place for them to come. And I have a Mr. Tetro who visited our models 29 times. And after he bought at Perico Bay Club, I called him and I said, why'd you? He said, on my retirement day was this date. He worked for Bendix in Indiana. I've been trying to come to Florida my whole life. And the people do that, to get away from taxes and other things and to be in our sunshine. Hurricanes have had a little bit of an impact, but I'd say the press is negative as to our future, and we have to work to overcome that. And schools are an important part of our quality of life.
You talked about market forces, and as I drive around the county, especially out east where I live in Lakewood Ranch and up towards Palmetto, or towards Parrish, I mean, there are building sites going on all over the place. So if people aren't coming, there's a lot of wasted inventory out there, and I don't think you're wasting your money building a lot of inventory if you don't truly believe that people are going to be
There's
coming.
3,000 lots underway by one builder, the Eisenhower Property Group, north of Buckeye Road in Manatee County. I mean, there's lots under construction, full speed ahead right now in North Manatee.
Are you building mostly single family or multifamily, or just a little bit of both, or I'm just curious?
Well, I build single-family detached and townhomes and multifamily, mostly single-family, and certainly for families, mostly single-family.
Okay.
Certainly, that's the desirable thing that people want to live in a home if they can afford it.
Do you have an idea of what percentage right now are of all the builders, multifamily versus single family, or hard to?
I think multifamily starts, because of affordability and because of the later age of family formation in the United States, there's a lot more multifamily being built than there ever was before. I'd say that's about 22% of our housing, but that's a national statistic.
Okay.
I might put in a plug for Simply Dwell. If you'll allow me to, we've currently built homes from $298,000 in North Manatee County on Golf Course Road, and we have roughly 2,000 lots, which we will devote to building attainable priced housing without any governmental support in Manatee County. We think the future of housing is going to be in a higher interest rate environment, so like all market forces, we will adjust or adapt to the new situation as everyone else has. The new Ashton Wood Starlight brand, the new D.R. Horton brands, all will have introduced new, lower-priced homes for families, and that will be part of our future in Manatee also.
Because there must be thousands upon thousands, if not 10,000 new apartments either that have been built or are being built in Manatee County, above and beyond just the single-family homes that you're building and the condos that are next to each other. I mean, all you have to do is go drive and look. The evidence is right there.
The young people are more transient, and they also have a later date for family formation. We build a new product between the rental apartment and the for-sale single-family home as we build single-family build-for-rent now also, which is a product if you have a big dog or a motorcycle or a young child where you want to have a single-family home for rent. And we do about 120 to 200 single-family build-for-rent per year for the investment market.
Well, I just want to let you know I appreciate the economic activity and the jobs that you bring to the community, and you're definitely a valued partner within the community, let's put it that way.
Thank you.
For what you do with your business and the economic activity that you bring. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Awesome. First off, you've always been a major advocate. I know Ms. Kennedy just said this for public schools and school systems. So I appreciate that very much. And I think we work hand in hand very, very much with each other. No one wants to live where there's bad schools and not opportunity for the kids, right? So thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was great to get some knowledge of what's happening. I look at page 9B, and it's a page from Lakewood Ranch. It's like the percentage of, it looks like to me it's for sale units, like how much it's full, like it says northwest, northeast, central, waterside, obviously out all the stuff out near the K8, Lake Manatee K8. Is this, do you have something like this for North River Ranch, like North Manatee County
do.
area?
I didn't bring it,
If
Mr.
you could,
Chairman, but I can
if
give
you
it to
could show that, that'd be fantastic.
that.
Because I'll be honest with you, I think the discussion today is there's just as much in the next 5-year plan of this AAA high school as it is a triple B whatever school in North Manatee, and that's just the honest truth. I mean, to be quite honest, we were finishing and ribbon cutting a school, and at the same time doing more financing to add to that same school we just finished,
Right.
and it started 2 years ago, right? So I think that the conversation today may be about just not only what we see in Lakewood Ranch and the AAA, but also like we've got to have a contingency for the North River Ranch, and although the Harvey North River Ranch campus is great, it's beautiful, it's a beautiful school, it's full. You know what I mean? And just like that. So I think that if we could get something like that for the north part, that'd be fantastic. From an education standpoint, for us to see percentage of sales and things like that. I had a great conversation. I wasn't able to make the Lake Manatee site tour with everybody, so I went maybe a week or so ago, and with Mr. Richardson. And as we're going through, I think that he said that week, this was like a Wednesday or Thursday, he said that week he's already had like 27 kids registered, right? Like that week. And so we know the growth is there. I think the most important part is, and you would appreciate this, Mr. Neal, of course, is for us to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money and make sure that we're doing this timing right, the right location, and also for me, making sure that that we're not losing sight also of our other schools that are in the system, right? But I'm excited about the rest of today's conversation. I think the information you're giving us is fantastic. A lot for us to absorb and see. I think it'd be different if you came in with, which just isn't really your nature to begin with, but if you were to come in with hey, look, we're slowing, we're going to see something. I think that's a whole different conversation as we move forward, right?
Yeah.
And I have some other, like Mr. Tatum said, folks that I've talked to about the building industry, and then I don't necessarily see any kind of huge slowdown. I think that again, listen, we live in a great, the growth we see is happening because of what's been done. I didn't do anything, but what's been done before us, right? And the great community that's been built. And so you've been a part of that, so I appreciate your work and everything you've done. But if we could get some kind of map like that, a percentage, that'd be great for the North River part.
You're going to go to the Kiwanis, I'm going to my office, and I plan to come back. I'll bring you the map, and then I'll be happy to publish
Awesome.
statistics.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Obviously, I'm the District 1 representative. That is all my area. I have lived up there for 25 years.
It's changed, would you say?
I drive down the street last week, and it's different than it's going to be next week. And I'm not exaggerating. I drove past something the other day, and I'm like, where did this come from? It wasn't here. So, popping over to Harvey or any of the other schools up there, it is very much on my radar, and I know the rest of the board are also, as the chair said, concerned about the growth up there and making sure we have enough space. But of course, it's very much on my radar. I get emails, as the District 1 representative of the board about that. So that I really do appreciate that you would bring that for us.
As the chairman said, people want to live here. And Bay Area people want to live in Manatee County
Yes.
because of the schools.
Mm-hmm.
We're about 50% people employed in Pinellas County, 21 minutes away, or downtown Tampa, 37 minutes away,
Yeah.
in North River Ranch. But they come here because of these schools.
My neighbors are
quality of life.
prime examples. I live in Harrison Ranch, and my neighbors are prime examples. They commute, half an hour, 45 minutes, but they live in our neighborhood.
We have a new thing called, not new for the last 60 years, called two-income families, and one drives south and one drives north from that transportation.
Yep.
Well, thank you very
We're
much.
late for Kiwanis, Mr. Chairman.
It's all good.
All right,
It's all good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
thank you.
All right, board, we're gonna break for an hour for lunch. We'll say 1:15. 1:15.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So we are in recess till 1:15.
lipstick.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the workshop. So, going to jump to our next item, board discussion, or excuse me, the high school AAA update. Mr. Chapman, I don't know if you want to begin with any kind of words on what we're looking for today, and then we'll pass it on to the gang.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We try our best to not have a 36-page slide presentation. But today is one of those days where we're going to have a 36-page slide presentation. But like I said earlier, this is a great conversation. It's great data, and I can't wait to dig into it. Sitting before you, like I said before, is our expert team. You've got our Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Joe Rinaldi. You have our Executive Director of Secondary Education, Sharon Scarborough, and our Executive Planner, Mike Penley, who's going to lead you through these set of slides. It is the best, most available data that we have to talk about this topic. You'll see on page 3, I don't know if we're following the slides, but on page 3 of our slide deck, there we go, we're going to talk about these 6 kind of areas and walk through this. I think Mr. Penley is going to go first here and kind of walk you through a little bit of this capacity analysis and where we're at. I think, Mr. Penley, if it's okay, I think board members will ask questions along the way. Is that okay? Yeah. So I encourage you to, as you're going to look into this data, to ask questions and really try to understand all this as we dig into this. And
Do you have a question?
It was left from last time.
I'll give it now to Mr. Penley to start our presentation.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Give you an idea of how we're going to break down the presentation. I'm going to talk about the existing high school capacity, do a little bit of analysis, and then Mike will take care of items 2 through 5, digging into some of the planning, looking at real estate, looking at projections for development, and then I'll be talking about the high school options that we've developed, and as you can see, we've even got a model courtesy of Gilbane to look at as well. From the standpoint of school capacity, I wanted to first talk a little bit about what FISH capacity is, and FISH stands for Florida Inventory of Schoolhouses, and it's all traditional schools within the state of Florida report to DOE what their FISH capacity is. And what that includes is every space, their room size, what that space usage is dedicated for. And from that, some of the spaces actually have student capacity assigned to it. For instance, at the elementary level, the primary classrooms are 18 student stations, intermediate are 22, and then at the secondary level, the high schools are 25 student stations. And from that, there is a capacity developed for a building, well, first for a room, then for a building, and then for an overall campus. And when we talk about the capacity of specific campuses, we'll be dealing with FISH capacity as part of this presentation. The capacity, as I said, is going to be on all of the future slides we're presenting here. It's not ideal to operate at 100% FISH capacity, because some of the issues that we run into are that we are designing the core facilities for the FISH capacity for that campus. So once we get over 100%, then we see the administrative spaces, we see cafeteria, we begin to overburden those spaces for what they were designed for. Obviously, with the cafeteria, we get earlier and earlier lunch shifts. With the administrations, we don't have room for, assistant principals and other critical staff members. So we try to, the sweet spot is probably somewhere between 94 and 100% for ideal usage of a facility. So the other things that happen is we begin to lose flexibility as a result of being over 100%. As new students come to the district, we don't have the ability to accommodate those students. And also, the class size issue can also raise its head because we don't have third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade having the exact same number of children. So we have to have the flexibility to maybe have 7 fourth grades, but 6 third grades, and we begin to lose that type of flexibility when we get into a campus that is over 100% capacity. Now, one of the things that we can do, and we have done in the past, is we can expand our fish capacity by the introduction of portable classrooms. So that will increase the number of students we can have on site, but once again, it burdens those core facilities that I talked a little bit about. So where we stand today, Lakewood Ranch, I believe you've probably seen this graphic before. Lakewood Ranch is over 100%. Palmetto High School, that is in orange, is between 95 and 100%. And Braden River and Parish Community are between 90 and 95%. And then on the west side, you can see that those are below capacity, so that they're under 85%. In looking at the chart, once again, we see that Lakewood Ranch is at 105% this past year. Palmetto is at 98%. Parish Communities at 93, and Braden River is at 91%. So that gives you an idea. Now, one of the important figures on this chart is on the bottom row, the fifth column over, is 1,747. That shows the number of student stations or the amount of fish capacity that we have available presently. So you can see right now, district-wide, we're running at 89%, but you can see that it's kind of all red, orange, or yellow on the east side, and we've got a lot of green on the west side as well. So, but that 1,747 plays an important role in this chart, and it's taking a look at how many dwelling units need to be constructed to exhaust that 1,747. And you can see in the calculation below, our student generation rate for high school is 0.063 students per dwelling unit. So if we divide that 1,747 by 0.063, then we're looking at a little bit over or a little bit under 28,000 dwelling units in order for us to be at 100% district-wide capacity. And I think we've already heard this morning that we've got 44,000 in the works, and Mike will go through and present some of that, what the projections are for the actual number of dwelling units being created.
Ms. Felton?
Now, I have heard this and seen it written down, but of course, where I saw it and heard it, I cannot remember. So I'm seeking clarification. It is my understanding that because there are also, when it comes to charter schools, there are considerably less spaces available for high school students in terms of charter schools. There are not a lot of high school charter schools, lots of elementary and middle. So that means we also get an influx of former charter school students coming into our high schools as well. And also with homeschooling, some families feel that they don't have the ability or capacity to do high school as well, so we get some of those as well. So I just want to point that out to the board as well. It's not just kids from our own schools coming up We have kids from other forms of education in the county coming into our high schools as well.
Absolutely.
I have a question as well.
Ms. Bear?
On that. To follow up on that, even the contracted schools that do, we don't have any contracted schools that do high school.
No, ma'am, not at this time.
So all the, even the contracted, not just the charter, but even the contracted ends up in our high school.
Yes, excuse me, there is Manatee School of the Arts does have a high school, but other than that in our charters, yeah. They're mostly elementary and middle, as you spoke about.
Okay. So we need to consider that when we're doing our projections of the charter and contracted schools into this. That's what you're doing, I'm assuming you're doing that, right?
Yes, as
Yeah.
we're doing the analysis,
Right,
absolutely,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'll kick it off the mic now.
I'm going to address the next several sections of this presentation. And this section, titled Residential Entitlements, I think you're on, oh, you're a slide ahead. On residential entitlements, we're going to talk about school concurrency, school service areas, residential entitlements, and known unknowns. So, the next slide, Joe. So, on these next 6 slides, you're going to say, those look very familiar. Well, it's because I presented the same data to you in February of this year. We have not updated this data because I think you need to consider it in order of magnitude and not get down in the weeds on this. It hasn't really changed that much. So the first of these addresses school concurrency. So concurrency is a concept that was formalized in state statute, and what it is supposed to do is ensure that public facilities are in place at the same time or simultaneous with the impacts of development. So you want your schools in place as development occurs. Now, our concurrency is obviously based on schools, but if you are out in the public and you hear about concurrency, they may be talking about roads or water, sewer, parks. So there's multiple kinds, but again, ours is focused on schools, and today we're going to be talking specifically about high school. Our concurrency system in Manatee County was established in 2008 through an interlocal agreement with all of the local governmental agencies except for 2 of the island communities. And that was a joint effort between all the governmental agencies. It was required to be that way by Section 163 in Florida statutes. And we divided the county into 4 unique school service areas, and we thought long and hard what to name those, and we decided to call them School Service Area 1, School Service Area 2, and 3 and 4. Very creative. So those are for the elementary and middle school. Now, our high school only has 1 service area, and it is district-wide. And that's because there's a lot of mobility with high school students. So you'll see them crossing their districted areas into other geographic regions. But nevertheless, even though we have 1 high school service area, we still track growth in the 4 service areas, and we do that for high schools for a planning tool, because concurrency is both a planning and a regulatory tool. Joe mentioned that the high school student generation rate is 0.063. So every dwelling unit, you get 0.063 students coming out of there. Just so you know, these numbers were established in the most recent impact fee data or study that we did, and it's based on census data and the property appraisers data, and it's current. And for each dwelling unit, we average 0.187 students coming out of that in elementary, middle, and high school collectively. Now, that's all dwelling types and all dwelling sizes thrown into one big pot. So you know, you're going to say, well, gosh, they're building a neighborhood beside me. It's got a lot of students coming out of that. It's very possible, but we look at this on a larger area, these large geographic areas. So, Joe, if you could go to the next slide. These are the 4 school service areas, and today we're really only going to talk in detail about school service area 1 and school service area 2. So in school service area 1, that is bordered on the west by Tampa Bay, on the north by the North County line, Manatee River on the south, and US 301 and Fort Hamer Road on the east. Note also that there are 2 high schools within the service area, and that's Parish Community High School and Palmetto High School. School service area 2 is a large area. Much of it is rural, especially once you get out past County Road 675. But we have 1 high school in that area. It shares the boundary with school service area 1, but when you move south of the river, it follows I-75. School service area 3 is the south central part of the county, and school service area 4 is the southwestern portion of the county. Let's take a more detailed look now at school service area 1. Again, this information should look familiar, same information from February. So to start with, developments have to obtain different levels of approval. And when I say developments, I'm only talking about residential developments today, the Pat Neal developments, okay? So he has to go through and obtain certain levels of approval, and that can be a general development plan, preliminary site plan, preliminary plat, final site plan, final plat, and there's other levels too. But at some level, you get locked in for concurrency, and that is basically with a preliminary plat or a final site plan or a final plat. So those units that get locked in, those residential units, we refer to them as reservations, so they're reserved units. And what that means is that they're at a stage of development where they could start pulling building permits very soon. I mean, tomorrow. Now, and on this slide, if you look at the top left corner, you see remaining dwelling units, and this is just for school service area 1. The data is about 4 or 5 months old, but there are 17,650 dwelling units that were permitted in that area that have not been constructed yet.
I got a real quick question, if you don't, Chair, if you don't mind, Mr. Pendley.
Yes, ma'am.
The previous slide, number 12, when you're talking about education concurrency, Manatee County, you're talking about we're going to cooperate with the builder, the county, and emergency services as well as utilities and that kind of thing. Is that, I want to understand, is that what we're talking about, the whole picture when we talk about concurrency?
Okay, so concurrency, as I mentioned, you can have concurrency for different types of services. I mentioned roads, water, and sewer.
Right.
And when we build a school, we have to go through a concurrency review to make sure there's enough road capacity, enough water and sewer capacity. So we go through the same type of review that Mr. Neal would go through for his developments, at least in that part. But the concurrency I'm talking about here is really just for school.
Right, I understand
and
that.
it does, and we do have an agreement with the local government jurisdictions where we've set certain levels, called a level of service, and we say we're going to maintain this level of service so that we can serve the citizens of this county, particularly the students, in the way that everybody expects us to.
Okay.
That answer your
Yeah,
question?
yeah, I know we're
Okay.
focusing more on the educational side, but I'm looking at an overall.
Yes.
That we all kind of work together to get the
Okay.
same goals.
So,
All right.
again, on this slide, 17,650 dwelling units that were approved, that have reservations in the school service area 1. If you go across that data set up top, you'll see that the remaining students to be generated is 1,112. That is simply those number of dwelling units multiplied by 0.063 on average. So I mentioned that we do have 2 schools in this area, and we have a little bit of high school capacity remaining. We have enough for 216 students. But when you consider the total students that would be generated from those 17,650 units in comparison to the high school capacity that we have available, you're going to have a deficit in capacity for 896 students just in that service area. Now, again, we track this on we track this by service area for planning purposes. For concurrency, we look at it county-wide for high schools. Joe, if we could look at the next slide. School service area 2. This is the area, well, you'll see a yellow line on here. That is the western boundary of that school service area. The black line is called the future development area boundary. Mm-hmm. That is an imaginary line that was adopted by the county commission years and years ago, and the intent of that is basically to keep large-scale development to the west of that. There's been more and more pressure to jump that line, and the previous county commission did allow that to happen in some instances. There are several large-scale developments approved or east of that line right now. But if you look at the service area in general, there are 20,620 remaining dwelling units, ones that have received approval that are not constructed yet. We anticipate they would generate almost 1,300 high school students. We have a deficit in capacity here of 110 students, and when you combine those two, you're going to have a deficit of 1,409 students in regards to capacity. And Joe, the next slide. So I said we're not going to talk about school service area 3 and 4, but I want to give you the overall picture since high schools are a district-wide concurrency area. So you'll notice here that in school service area 3, you have capacity, that's in the blue area, you have capacity for 486 students. In school service area 4, capacity for 1,156 units or students. And so you've got a lot of capacity in those areas. But those are south central and southwestern Manatee County. But look at where all your growth is. Look at all the reserved units in that first column. They're all in service area 1 and 2. So 87% of the growth that's been approved that's not built yet are in those 2 service areas. So it is just the opposite of where your capacity is. Mr. Neal spoke earlier about you're going to have trouble filling up the seats from new growth in the western portion of the county. He developed out in that area years ago. Now there's one large development down in the Bayshore area, and that's Lake Flores, but they've changed names. I don't know what the name is right now.
Seaflower.
What?
Seaflower.
Yes, sir, that's it. So there's a large-scale development there, but for the most part, that's about all that's left over there. So when you look at this on a district-wide level, and you see there's 44,132 dwellings, that's the bottom left. That's what's remained to be built countywide. We anticipate that those would generate 2,780 high school students. You have capacity for 1,748 students right now. But when you combine the expected growth of high school students with the remaining capacity, you have a countywide deficit of 1,032. That is not what's in place today. Joe showed you that today you have capacity, but when those build, you won't. And I think your number was 27,000 and some that it would take to utilize all the existing capacity we have. If they all built in the right place, 27,000 dwellings absorbs all that capacity.
Ms. Spray had a quick question.
Yeah, so when you're talking about SSA 1 and 2, remaining units, remaining dwelling units, and 1 you have 17 and 2 you have 20,000,
ma'am.
roughly about, what, 38,000?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the timeline of 38,000 homes being built?
I'm going to answer that in a few minutes.
Okay. Okay, next
So-
slide. See, I didn't look ahead.
It's a great
I don't
question.
read the ending of the
I
story.
anticipated that would be a question, and I have the answer.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
The
Yeah,
exact
see, I don't
answer.
read the, I don't
Close
read,
This is
enough.
recorded.
Close enough.
I don't read the final chapter. I read the whole book.
You'll see how I get to that answer. It's
All
not
right.
just for those
Shake eight.
two, but remember that 44,132, because my answer is going to be based on that, which is the total number of dwellings throughout the entire county that are approved but not yet built.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So on this next slide, I mentioned residential growth, known and unknowns. So there are things that impact how fast that growth will occur. So one of those is charter schools, and there was discussion a while ago about more and more students are going to charter schools. Historically, those have been elementary and middle, but now we're beginning to see statewide more and more high school charter schools, or not purely high school, but they've got a high school component. And we've got some here that are being built now. So, our data with the student generation rate and all that is based on traditional K-12. It does not include charter schools. So the numbers I'm giving you are traditional K-12 schools. So there's more and more innovation in different educational options, whether that's homeschooling or whether it's scholarships or whether it is charter schools, but you don't really know how much of that is going to be steered away from our traditional K-12s in the future. So that's an unknown. Another unknown is, will Manatee County continue to approve residential development requests? So you had a prior county commission that was very generous in their approvals. And then you've got a county commission that was seated in January that has a different idea on growth. Now, that's a split board, but I think the majority of that board wants to curtail growth. I mean, I don't think that's a jump to say that. They've campaigned on that.
Yeah.
So you don't know what that looks like in the future. So the future development area boundary, I mentioned that. Will this board allow large-scale residential developments to jump across that? I don't know. They've talked about pulling some of those approvals back from the developments that have already exceeded that line, but there is legislation in place that would actually prevent that for several years, and maybe more than several years. And finally, we've heard a lot about tariffs. And what's the impact on residential building there? I mean, at lunch, I was reading the news, and there's tariffs. It's all the talk. Has it had a big impact yet? Will it have a big impact in the future? So those are some unknown things that you're just going to have to make an educated guess on as to what occurs in the future. In this next section, I'm going to provide you a very, very brief, one-slide overview of the residential real estate market. This data that I'm showing you was published by the Realtor Association of Sarasota Manatee County. It's very recent. And there's two sets of data here. The first, or the top set of data, compares inventory, so real estate listing inventory of January through May, month to month, from 2024 through 2025. Notice that in every single month, there's an increase of the number of units for sale. Now, these aren't necessarily new units. It's a combination of new and pre-owned units. But on average, the number of units for sale between the beginning of '24 and beginning of '25 has jumped up over 900 units. So why is that important? Well, it tells me that the market is beginning to be a little bit saturated. Mr. Neal talked about that a bit, and you know, he said he's offering concessions to help move his product by buying down interest rates and giving other incentives. So that's because of things like this. Now, the bottom set of data is, again, January through May, but that lists the month's supply of inventory. And you'll notice that it was generally around 5 months at the beginning of '24, average 5.1 months average of listings that are available. But by this year, it jumped over to 6.6. Why is that important? Again, look at the little note to the right, and it says that the benchmark for a balanced market is basically 5.5 months of inventory. So as it moves higher, now you have a buyer's market, and that's exactly why Mr. Neal is offering some of those incentives, and it's not just him, other builders are too. So you've gone from a relatively balanced market to one that is now a buyer's market. So why is that important? Well, you got to think now, are some of the builders going to start pulling back a little bit because they're having more and more difficult time moving their product? So that's a consideration. In this next section, we're going to look at the Metropolitan Planning Organization's housing unit and population projections. These are a couple slides that Mr. Neal referred to earlier. So the Metropolitan Planning Organization, they commissioned a study, which was a long-range transportation plan in 2023, and it is long-range. It goes through 2050. Beginning in 2025, this year, it goes in 5-year increments. So I know Mr. Neal presented some data from another source that I think he said there was around 200 and they're projecting like 260,000 people by 2050. This projection is not quite as high, but again, order of magnitude, they're both, they're not that far apart.
Yeah.
So you're looking at different data sets, same outcome. So what this study forecast, if you look in the bottom right corner, by 2050, they're projecting 91,086 new dwellings. These are not people, these are dwellings, county-wide. And you'll notice also that there's 2 areas of the county, and those are shaded in the light green and the light purple. North County East is the light green, and South County East is the light purple. Notice that in those areas, that is where almost all of the growth is projected through 2050. It's consistent with the data that Mr. Neal talked about and the other data that you know, based on our school concurrency service area. It's all aligning. The one thing I want to point out here is that you won't see this number here, it's just simple math, though. Over the next 5 years, they're projecting between 2025 and 2030, 8,711 units in North County East and 7,422 units in South County East. So it's almost balanced over the next 5 years, you know, right around that 7,500 to 8,500 mark. The next slide translates these dwelling units into a population forecast. What you see in the North County East is that by 2050, they anticipate an additional 112,000 people there. And by 2050, an additional 50,000 people in South County East. Overall, in that time frame, you're talking about over 210,000 new residents in Manatee County. Again, data's a little bit different than what Mr. Neal presented, order of magnitude. You got the same outcome. There's a lot of people coming. They're going to continue to come. This next section is comparative growth. And what we're going to look at here is the number of building permits and the number of dwelling units for portions of a 3-year period. And to me, this is like the holy grail of data. It was not easy to get. So we worked since February to obtain this data. And finally, we found the right person to help us compile this. So you've got two different data sets here. The top data set is the number of permits that were issued, and this is only in unincorporated Manatee County. We're not talking about the city of Bradenton or city of Palmetto, just unincorporated county. So top is your number of permits, and we looked at this. I really wanted to compare apples to apples, so I kind of shaded out 2 of the quarters. Now, Manatee County operates on, their fiscal year starts October 1st, so quarter 2 for Manatee County is January to March. Quarter 3 is April to June, and those are the ones I want to focus on. And for several reasons, I want to compare year to year. If, and the first reason I don't want to compare the entire year is we don't have a complete data set for 2025. So I just can't offer you that. The second reason is in January of this year, we had a new president take office and new administration. They had different economic agendas and goals and policies. So we want to look at, especially in 2025, how did that affect, what impact has this had? And that's what I'm leading up to is all these things, what impact has this had on 2025? So we also in January had a new county commission seated. I've already mentioned how they had a different philosophy on how growth should occur in Manatee County, definitely more conservative than the prior county commission. And finally, I mentioned tariff discussions. Those really started heavily being discussed in January and still discussed today. So if we look at basically the second and third quarter year to year, in the top group, you're going to see that the building permits were pretty consistent, but you don't get a good idea on how many units, how many dwellings that is, because when you get down to line 105, it's 5 or more family buildings. In the first or the second quarter of 23, you see 15 permits. I don't know if that's 75 units or 750 units. So that data was readily accessible. The next set of data is what we really have worked for months to get. And that is where we were now given access to be able to go in and look at those particular building permits and determine how many dwellings they were. So if you look at the numbers in red on the bottom, you'll see that between the second quarter and the third quarter of both 23 and fiscal year 24, it's very consistent. I mean, it's almost exactly the same. So that is consistent, steady growth. But what happened in 25 when we had all these factors coming in? We've got economic uncertainty. We've got talk of tariffs. We've got county commission wanting to pull back growth. We had a spike in growth. And you'll see that, I actually can't read the number from here, but I think we jumped from like around 1,780 permits in the second quarter to, not permits, new dwellings,
Dwellings, yeah.
up to what, I think that says 2,400.
2407.
2407, so a significant increase there. And we also had an increase in the third quarter. Not as significant, but it shows you clearly that growth hasn't slowed down. And in spite of all those local policies to temper growth and all the national economic uncertainty and all the talk on tariffs, it's still happening. That's exactly what Mr. Neal told you earlier. He's planning on it happening. It's his job to make it happen. So he's doing well at his job, I'll tell you that. It's happening. So, I'm going to answer your question, Ms. Spray. You said, how long before those units are built out? I told you I want to focus on the 44,132 countywide. So if you look at the last 11 quarters, which is 33 months, during that time, and you're not going to see this number up there, but during that time, there were 19,998 new dwellings permitted in unincorporated Manatee County. That averages 606 per month. So if you make the assumption that this type growth is going to continue, which that's all I can offer you right now is that assumption, because I see nothing that's slowing it down. If you look at those 44,132 units divided by 606 dwellings a month, that's 73 months. 6 years, 1 month, till those 44,000 units are gone.
So 606 permits
month.
per month,
And unincorporated,
unincorporated, to move in ready. Permit to move in ready, maybe that's a Mr. Neal question.
I think that's a
Permitted-
Mr. Neal question.
Yeah, permit to move in,
8 months.
wow.
One other thing that's interesting here is if you look at that bottom line, right above the red numbers,
Right,
you'll see the 5 or more building dwelling units. So it's showing you how many dwellings, in the second and third quarters of each year were permitted. Notice that in 2025, that's really jumped up. Those are a combination of condos and multifamily. I think some of that is because there's been so much focus on affordable housing, and a lot of those come in the form of multifamily. And also, as Mr. Neal said, with a family from Iowa moving down here, it's about affordability. What can I afford, and what kind of job or career can I get to help pay for that? And a lot of those people can't afford, a $600,000 or $700,000 house, so they're looking at other options. So I think you're seeing a rise in that type of dwelling unit as well.
and to that point, if you look at 2023, for the third quarter, it was 0
Yes.
for 5. And then when you look at 2025, it's 592. That's
Yeah.
like the jump
And-
from 2 years.
And there's another factor that, Mr. Neal might mention it. I haven't seen it yet, but, the county commission just adopted a new impact fee. And their impact fees, I don't know what they are going to, but they're significantly increasing. So you might see a rush of permits to get in before that fee increase, which I know occurs on September the 9th. So it's very possible that quarter 4 of this year will have an inflated amount of permits just to kind of beat that, because the way that impact fees work is you're assessed a fee at time of permit, but you don't have to pay it until certificate of occupancy. That concludes my part of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
So the impact fee that they just adopted goes in effect September 1st,
September 9th.
9th,
Yes, ma'am.
September 9th.
That's the same date as ours. So
Okay.
we're going to have a, if you remember, when we adopted, or you don't adopt, but when you adopted the resolution and sent that to the county commission, and ultimately they adopted the impact fee, we have increases over a 4-year period. And that's because you're limited by state statute, how much you can increase per year.
Okay.
Chad, if I may? Mike, I appreciate this is really in-depth stuff, and you do a really good job making this digestible, and I appreciate that. Plus, you've gone over it with me multiple times, so that also helps. But I appreciate the work. I do want to be clear, just for, I think I know the answer, but just for anybody who's listening to the presentation, when the permit is issued, so we have, I'll just use your number, 44,132 countywide
Yes, sir.
that are in place now and approved. But that doesn't mean that anything is even in the process of being built.
No, let me
Yeah, please,
clarify
correct me,
that.
yeah.
So you have, let's say North River Ranch. Let's just use that because Mr. Neal mentioned that earlier. That's his son's development. So that's a huge development. It's, I don't even know how many units are in it. I don't recall, but they do not go in and permit. Let's just say there's 5,000 units. They're not going in and building all the infrastructure for those 5,000 units at the same time. They're going to phase that development. So it may have 10 or 12, 15 phases. But when you reach a certain level, such as preliminary plat, then the units that are in that preliminary plat are reserved. They have not pulled a building permit yet, but they're entitled to pull a building permit.
Okay.
So, when we had this discussion back in February, I told you don't get overwhelmed by this number of 44,000 because the market's only going to absorb what the market absorbs. It's not going to take 44,000 units at one time.
Right.
But I think it's clear right now that for the last almost 3 years, it's over 600 units per month. So you're taking down about 7,000, 7,200 in unincorporated Manatee County.
Okay. And that's exactly what I was trying to get at, is that there's 44,000 units approved, but
Reserved, yes.
reserved, thank you, that a building permit could be pulled anytime, and they could start anytime, but it will be up to the market to decide when those,
Yes.
when that construction begins. And then that approval, like for these 44,000, it's not like at any date in the future, a future county commission can rescind that approval?
You've got two attorneys sitting over there. I'd prefer they answer that.
I think the question is could, maybe.
I mean,
Would.
is that even,
You're
I'm just
talk-
trying to think of things that can go sideways.
You're
on
talking
this.
about a moratorium on new building permits or something?
No, I mean, like the future development line.
Yes.
Previous commission allowed builders
Yes.
to jump over it. This commission has come in and put their foot down. And you mentioned it, they haven't, this is really what, the comment that started this in my head. Does the current county commission even have the power to rescind that approval from a previous commission? And is there anything in state statute about a development boundary?
Yes, and there is legislation, and I just know a little bit, enough to be dangerous, okay?
Same.
So, there is legislation that prevents them from curtailing that growth on the other side of the future development area boundary, at least for several years. I think the county commission is trying to fight that at the state level, but I don't know how successful they'll be at that. And again, as far as, can they rescind other development approvals, that's really something for those two guys in the corner there.
And I was just curious. I don't want to get us stuck in the weeds or anything. I was just
Brain team?
a thought. But
That's a question. That's a good question.
It is a
actually.
good question.
Can they do that?
Well, if Patty Petroff was here, she might take a stab at answering that on the fly. But I'm going
Yeah,
to pass unless you want me to research it.
no, that's okay. We can.
I
we
think
can,
it's maybe the subject of some litigation right now as well, not with us.
right. Okay.
So
No, I'm just trying to.
I'm happy to get back to you on it.
Okay, no, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't want you to spend too many hours on it, but I'm just trying to kind of think through, like, what are the possibilities we could run into 5-10 years?
Right.
Or a future school board could run
Yeah.
into 5-10 years from now.
And you should also know that in addition to those 44,000 reservations that we have, there's a lot more growth already approved in some level of approval. It could be through a comprehensive plan amendment, it could be through a general development plan, but in those, you don't lock those units in. You just know it's coming in the future. And, I didn't look at that for this presentation, but I think, if I recall, it's around 90,000 total between these reservations and what we know will be coming in the future. But they're not entitled to build right now.
Gotcha. And then I have one more, Chad, if I may. I'm not even sure, so help me walk through this, but as far as concurrency goes, so we as a school board, we are required, I don't want to say required, that's not the right word, but we need to plan for these 44,000 units.
Yes.
I guess this, how does a school board, or let me think through this for once. We have to do this balancing act where we have to balance school construction with home construction, completed homes construction. Because before that, everything's just kind of, it's all up in the air. Who knows when the stuff will actually get built, right? So maybe in your experience, you've been in district for a long time, you've been doing this for a long time, and are there any patterns you've seen in the past that can help us manage this balancing act? Or do we just have to kind of take a guess and hope it works out?
Well, I mean, we've planned our schools to maintain the levels of service that we have. Now, I didn't get into levels of service, but very briefly, for elementary schools, it's 110% of capacity. So when the school board established that level of service years and years ago, back in 2008, they said, we want our elementary schools to be slightly overcrowded. We're looking at this on not an individual school, but a larger geographic area, because there's an inefficiency to opening a new school and you not filling it up.
It's not full, yeah, sure.
Middle schools are 105%, high schools were 100%. So if you look at this, what you're seeing today because of these reservations is you have a deficit. You are over the 100% in high school. The reason that it's not problematic right now is because on your capital plan, you have a high school proposed. State statute says if there is an improvement on your capital plan, work plan, in the first 3 years, you have to count that capacity.
Okay.
So we have been counting the capacity of the future high school because it's on your plan. It's on the plan you approved last year.
Yeah.
So, that's just something to consider. Something else to think about, though, is you don't have a problem today. Other than you've got some schools that are over capacity and some under capacity. You don't have a district-wide capacity issue today. You only have it for the future growth. So one of the considerations, if you pull that high school off of the capital plan, would be, do we want to change our level of service for high schools and allow those to go slightly over capacity on a district-wide basis. Because in all honesty, forget you've got empty seats in some places and overcapacity other places, but you're required to build that high school today because you're overcapacity for the future, not overcapacity today.
Sure.
Is that?
It does,
I hope-
it does, yeah.
okay.
No, I agree, because in reality, that's what we're dealing with, like, the
But-
undercapacity schools,
Yeah.
they're not gonna get filled up by new growth.
But again, if you look at how many dwellings are being permitted every month, it's coming. And unless there's something catastrophic that happens.
Right.
I mean, you're seeing over 600 new dwellings a month.
Yeah. No, let me be clear. We have to do something
Yeah.
with this campus. We have to do something. We've got some options about what it is, but we've got to do something. I agree with that. It's just such a hard, and I guess every school board deals with this. Every coastal Florida and county deals with this balancing act.
Yeah.
It's just, I think that's just what we have to do, make the most informed decision we can. And for the most part, this county's been very successful in balancing that. But I'm just curious if there's anything we as the school board should be, paying attention to, that your expertise may catch where ours does not. Our
Yeah.
lack of expertise does not.
The only time we really didn't have growth during my entire career here is in that 2008 period when
08, 09,
we had an
yeah.
economic crash.
Yeah.
I mean,
That came down in '08.
except for we added one.
Right.
But it just pretty much stopped at that point. But short of something like that, I don't know what would stop it.
Gotcha, okay.
Ms. Spray and then Ms. Felton.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, that's okay.
On slide number 13 and 14, actually, you said the black line is the FDAB?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on slide 13, that's Highway 62. So if I looked at slide 12, 62 is up in the SS area too, right? Okay. So what percent? You said there was probably 90,000 units projected to be built. Are any of those beyond the FDAT for, 10 years from now?
There, I don't,
And it's the same question for slide 14. When I look at that,
yes.
the FDAB on that, I'm guessing the far right black line is the county line,
Yeah.
correct?
So,
So-
there is a large development that I don't recall the name of, but I do recall it had 7,200 dwellings proposed in the north part of the county, up in the Lake Parish area.
All right,
And there was a lot of movement towards trying to permit that maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I think they may have got a very basic approval, but certainly no entitlements. That's the only one I can think of in the north part of the county. When you get south of the river, there's a couple developments that are over that future development area boundary, and they're, excuse me, they're connected to Lakewood Ranch. One of those is SMR Taylor Ranch, where we're buying a school site, and we will close on that in September, I believe. But the other large development down there is owned by Medallion Homes.
okay.
And I believe it had about 5,500 units in it. But, that one's not progressing. The way it works is the county's not going to go put in all the infrastructure on the east side of the future development area boundary. So you have to bring it to you. Well, Medallion Homes, which it might be under a different name for that particular development, but they've got to wait until the developer beside them brings that infrastructure so that they can connect to it. So even though they've got some approvals, you're not seeing movement on that yet. Those are the ones that come to mind. There's some other smaller developments. There's even one out on Clay Gully Road, in extreme East County, but it's for the most part small. You know, it's a golf course community.
Because we were initially talking about the 40-some thousand permitted,
Oh.
but potential 90-some thousand.
Yeah.
And is that in the SSA 1 and 2? Primarily,
For the most
yes.
part, yes.
Yes.
I will tell you
So-
that much of the land on the eastern side of the future development area boundary is owned by Mr. Faulkner.
Oh, okay.
I mean, lots of it,
Yeah,
lots.
a whole lot.
And I do know that several years ago, they went to the state and the legislature approved a stewardship district for that land, which is a mechanism that would allow them to start developing in the future. But they still have to go through and get Manatee County approval. It just has some benefits to it. You know, a stewardship district has benefits for a developer. So it's something that certainly was contemplated, but they don't have any approvals over there yet.
Because I know we're looking, you know, here to 5 years, but to future board. I mean, a good example is Parish Community.
Yep.
I'm the future board that is now adding to that school, you know, where I think it probably should have been bigger or more capacity. So that's what scares me when you tell me about the potential of 90,000. You know, okay, we're gonna have to start looking at future acquisition of land
Yes.
farther east. So we should start talking about that if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, until there's really.
And I'm more, you know, okay, just in case, I would rather have it, the land, just in case, and have it in our back pocket, because it's never gonna go down in value, for one. So, that's, thank you. I'm thinking longer term
Yeah.
than what we're discussing today, but SMR has a whole lot of property out there, and, you know, let's get our dibs in now, just for potential. You
So
never know.
we, well, let me just say that if you jump that FDAP line and buy, let's say you buy a high school site, 90 acres, 100 acres, whatever, you better hope the infrastructure comes to you,
Right,
because there's no guarantee that you're going to have proper roads or water or sewer. So you
oh,
better.
it would be a long-term
Yeah.
investment, I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
But yeah, infrastructure would have to come to you. But that 90,000 projection going way, even east of the FDAB is a little concerning. And I always tell everybody, I don't develop anything. We react to what's being developed
Right.
on this board. That's what we do. It's almost if they build it, we're gonna come. We have to. We have to supply the facilities for students to come to. So I'm just putting that little bug in your ear, start looking out at SMR maybe. Whether the road comes to us or not, we'll at least have the land. I mean, every school, look at Parish, was just a plot of land, and we had to pay and clear, wait for infrastructure to come to, it was
Right.
coming to us.
Right.
So, anyway, okay.
Quick question.
Oh, sorry.
When you're looking at SSA2, Obviously 301's like the cutoff-ish up there, the northeast part, with obviously the FDAB. My question is, and this was earlier when I asked Mr. Neal, like, so this Lakewood Range residential activity map that was given to us earlier this morning, 9B. This is like the center of SSA2, like center south, really. All Lakewood Ranch's area. So all SMR's area. It's got obviously Taylor Ranch right next to it. So it's pretty darn close to the FDAB, right? So the problem that I have with the service areas is they're much different now than they were whenever these were created. Because that SSA2 is all north of the river. We're all 62. You drive out in 62 and all that out there, which will all go to Parish High School, not Lakewood Ranch, where this AAA high school is, right? And you look at this map, this kind of dead center of all that Lakewood Ranch, and you've got like almost 67% gone. So my then this is for later as we talk about options or whatever. There's no doubt schools are going to be needed. But is it at this location at this amount? Because to me, when you go back, when you look at page 13 and 14, right, of SSA and SS2, SSA 1 and 2, and not only do you throw in the north part of SS2, which is around 62 and all that outside of Parish, then you throw in all the Artisan Lakes, the North River Ranch, etc. That's where a new high. I mean, that's going to be where the majority of that 896 and 1409. Those are the two numbers for the high school kids, right? Like I feel like our SSA2 numbers of 1409. There's like 500 kids there that are going to be above the river, the Manatee River, that will go be parish kids or a potential new high school all the way north up there. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like we've almost got to tweak these school services because of that. I mean, I think they were absolutely correct, obviously at one point, but I mean we're all those kids. So if you look at SSA 1, all those that 896 of high school, all those kids, like you can't go to Parish and you can't go to Palmetto. So that's 1,000 kids roughly that are going to need to go somewhere. Obviously, there's 1,400 in the SSA 2, but out of that 1,400, how many kids are those that are above the river that add to that 896? I would venture to, and I don't know, no one knows the answer to that, right? But my gut is that there's going to be more up north of the river because remember, too, when you're in the heart of Lakewood Ranch right there, talk about choices, right? You've got ODA, you've got plenty of choices potentially that parents can choose. You have more choices down there than you do up north. When you're up North Parish right there, you've got nowhere to go other than Parish High School, right? Like there's not even obviously we got some charter schools that are coming and, want to go there, but you really don't have any choices. So my concern is well, I mean, all of it's something we have to think about because of the growth, but that's my biggest concern is this in the right spot? And if we do this one, are we going to turn around in 2 years and say we got to do another one? And it just continues to build and add onto debt services, right? Now, to your credit, you've been here a long time, and you've done it really, 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 really well over the years, right? So, like, it's not like you're new at this gig. And so you were a part of all this as well, as far as the 5-year plan and stuff. But that's my biggest concern is this is a part of our 5-year plan. Lakewood Ranch, adding on to Lakewood Ranch when I first got on the board was not on the 5-year plan, but we jumped it in because we had to. This was always on the 5-year plan. And I'm not saying we remove it off the 5-year plan. I don't know if this is the only one, and that's my concern is, it's a good problem to have. I'd rather be worrying about growth and how to match it than worrying about us dying and having to close schools. But at the same time, we look at all this growth, we look at all that stuff. If I'll get into the high school, the other stuff
Are we in
in a minute. When we talk about some options, but yeah. So that just looking at the two the school service areas. That's my concern is, within the next 2 years, we're gonna have another. Obviously, our 5-year plan is always happening, but we're gonna have to have the same conversation going north, and so that's where the options come in. Is there other options to tweak down in the central part because we know we're gonna have that up north.
So, I mean, I agree
And I know I'm
with you.
prefacing to what the next thing is about options.
I agree with you. I mean, ultimately, I think you're going to need 2 schools.
Right,
It's a timing issue.
yeah.
If you look back at the MPO projections, and I think even Mr. Neal's projections, it shows that there's more long-term growth in that SSA 1 area. So in the north.
Yeah.
I want to restate that because MPO didn't base it on SSA. They called it the North County East.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I think long-term, there's significantly more growth there than in South County East. So but there's a lot of growth in both, a lot
Sure.
of projected growth. So I do think ultimately you need 2 schools.
That's why it's going
Ms.
to
Hunt?
acquisition.
Okay, so Mayaca City is also in my district. And I'm going to guess none of you have ever driven from Parrish to Mayaca. You've done that route. Okay, so it's interesting when you do that route because I do that on a regular basis. So, I go down 675, shoot down, cut around 64, work my way down to 70, and then all the way out to Mayaca Elementary, right? And even with the FDAB, there is new construction everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere out there. And if you guys haven't been out that far in a while, take a couple hours, come up to Parrish. I'll drive with you if you want, and I'll show you my route. But there's developments, there's new construction. It is everywhere. During election time, I drove out to Duet a couple times. You'd be surprised to see what's going on that route as well. So it is everywhere. And of course, I have to advocate for District 1 north of the river. In 25 years of living there, I have never seen as much growth as I have in the last 3 or 4 years. I've never seen that much growth before. I mean, it really is. I drive somewhere and then like 3 weeks later I drive by and there's buildings, actual full complete buildings there. I mean, they still got a lot of interior work to do, but the whole structure is there. Homes, apartments, and so it's not even single family. We've got some massive apartment complexes going up. There's one that's off, if you go past Mills and Buffalo Creek, heading east, you hit the interstate right there. There's my kids are moving in it. There's 6 buildings that are 4 stories tall, packed with apartments. So it's not even just the single-family homes. We're getting them in, and as you said, if it's 5 or more families, you don't know how many units. Hundreds.
Yeah.
There in that one area.
Is that Travesta?
No, it's a different one. I'm gonna have to look and get back to you on what it's called. I can't even remember. But we need north, and I know particularly with Lakewood Ranch, it gets a lot of love in the community because it is a master plan community and it's huge and it's been there. And I remember covering new developments there when I was with the paper 25 years ago and going out there when they built the little bridge on Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. They had this amazingly huge, groundbreaking sort of ribbon cutting thing. And I was standing out there in the sun with everybody else when they cut the ribbon for that tiny little bridge. So I remember all of this coming in, but I think because, even with North River Ranch, it's not as massive, right? But there are so many developers up there that it doesn't get the big picture look that,
Fly over it.
yeah,
I flew
yeah,
over it,
that
trust me.
that Lakewood Ranch area gets. Even the no disrespect to our East County Observer reporter who's listening to us right now, but it isn't really East County Observer, it's Lakewood Ranch Observer, because none of the schools they cover are north of the river. So they'll get Mayaca for me, but we've got a lot of things happening north of the river that is still east. And people discount that because if they live west of First Street, they never go out there. Even if they live west of the interstate, most of them don't go out there, and they don't see what's really happening. And unless you're going to the Ellington outlet malls, nobody comes up to Parrish who lives in other parts of the county, right? But the people living there are flooding in, so I have real concerns about capacity up there. Harvey's one of my schools. They still have portables, right? And they're going to have portables for a while until we can get the school finished in Artisan Lakes, and and whatever else we've got going on. But I really want to make sure that as we continue, because as Ms. Spray said, future boards. If I go around and run again and get reelected, I'm part of the future board because that's 8 years for me. So I'm part of that. I'm past that 5-year plan. So I need to also think about my own seat in that future plan as well. So it's just that I want to make sure that we keep that into account. If it's not on our radar now, it needs to get there, like now. I'm not opposed to this. I think we need something now, but I want to make sure that we look at north of the river. I got to advocate for my people up there. They're my neighbors, literally next door neighbors. That's what I wanted to say.
And just, if I
Yeah, go ahead.
could say something, just a reminder that we contracted for a site north of Buckeye. It's on the Jones Potato Farm property. We don't have a specific use for that. We're doing our due diligence right now. It's a 39-acre site, which, if you look at Lake Manatee K8, that's 40 acres. This has about maybe 4 acres of wetlands in it, but we could easily build a Lake Manatee K8 there. Is it suitable for a high school? I think it's too small for our standard high school. But certainly we're aware of the growth up there. As you ride along Buckeye Road, if you look at all that property on the north side, it looks green, but if you know what's in for development approvals, there's nothing left. It's all being entitled.
It is.
Yeah, if you have that map.
It's the map you have to.
Ooh, map.
It's all approved, and it's all gonna get built. This is Buckeye, of course, our park is underway, has a different name, Firefield. Orange Jones is, my company, and we probably would increase the size of that school site if you wanted us to, for high school. Pembley High School, Patton Hill High School. What was the last school? What did we call that? Oh, we called it North River Ranch High School.
Yeah.
So we need to come back to that one too. Heck, this one's underway, Buckhead Trails is underway. They're all underway, Ms. Felton, and they're all gonna get built.
Where's the Manatee line right there? Is that the middle line right
Well,
there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Of course, the cars are gonna go speeding off the end of Port Ingham Extension, so there's plans, of course, to connect it at 234 to Ruskin, and that's gonna happen too. This is a new property in Hillsborough County.
So there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I wanted early this morning, right? Like that same type of feel of what's potentially up there than than, obviously what we've seen in Central Lakewood Ranch. Mr. Chapman?
You all beat me to the punch. So I just wanted Mike to point out on SSA 1 and 2 where our 2 land purchases are. So to show where the 100 acres is off of rangeland in the midst of all the developments that are colored, and then north of the river to show where the potato farm property is, to show that those are our 2 potential secondary school sites.
I can show you the, show you on this where, I think, that is, okay, so it would be right in here, actually in this corner. That's for the 40 acre or 39 acres that we have in contract.
It sounds like we could potentially double it today, but I'm just not.
For the
You
same
could.
price.
Didn't really come in for
you-
that purpose, but you could.
Mr. Finley, could you show, all right, you've got that property there. Is Parish Community on that map, or is it too low? Is this too high? It's kind of right down the bottom of it, maybe even further down. Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's kind of down there.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be
Okay.
down here. I'm sorry, down in here.
Yeah. Okay, it's just off the map.
Actually, right there is part of it, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So
This is where all the action is right in here. But the infrastructure isn't there just yet,
Right.
and it isn't gonna be there for 4 or 5 years. Nobody asked me, but I think you need high school here and then later on high school there. And this place doesn't have the infrastructure to support a high school until we get there, and we have to get some sewer capacity there also. So this one's ready, this one's not ready.
And that is where
That's our current AAA.
Yeah.
triple E.
Mr. Chan?
Mr. Finley, you said somewhere in your discussion that you thought I should probably get closer, that you thought we needed 2 schools. You meant 2 new high schools?
Yes, sir,
Is that what you meant when you said, and essentially what Mr. Neal just said, the one on the property that we already have, and then something even farther north than Parish High School, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When would you estimate we would need that second high school up towards north of Parish High School?
It's going to take me a little time to come up with that. I don't have a good answer for you right now.
About 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, I mean,
At least 5 years.
at least 5 years. Okay, great. Thanks. And that's north of,
But, I want to qualify that. It depends on what happens with redistricting.
right,
Because you can relieve a lot of the growing pains right now, at least temporarily. They're not going to go away, but you can take a powder and feel better for a little while.
right.
So,
And part of our plan that we're going to talk about next is 1,000-seat school, which could be increased. We're going to have enough land and infrastructure there to increase it to 2,000. That's how we would propose to build it if we were going to do that. That's one of the options, right? So we could, that would give us a little more room, so to speak, a little more runway to go down before we actually had to build another high school even farther. I didn't know you could build a high school farther north than Parish High School, but I guess you can. There's a lot of room up there still in the north part of the
you
county.
could, and it may be, it actually might be east of that.
East of that.
And how far from the Hillsborough border, Mike, is that potato farm property?
Oh,
I mean, it's almost
actually,
like, it's
part
like,
of it
it's like
bordered
a
it.
mile or something, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it almost touches Hillsborough County.
Yeah.
So there is a potential, right, to attract kids even
Correct.
from
Yeah.
Hillsborough into that.
But just north, like in the Buckeye, like in Hillsborough, aren't they building new high school, 3 new schools right there? I mean, maybe not right across, but relatively close to our border, closer than the other high schools they have in.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, Hillsborough
On the
County,
east side?
Hillsborough County would furnish short-term students to this school if it were there. They don't have a school in this district. Yeah, those are.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a oil. I thought they were building a new high school to help with Leonard.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Are you done? I'm sorry, I jumped in.
Nope, That's all I have.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I got my-
Yeah, Ms. Spray.
Number one, the redistricting was on my little note. How is this impacting all the redistricting that we're doing? I'm just gonna throw three things at you real quick. Fort Hammer, I have not kept up with the county on what's going on with Fort Hammer Bridge. Is that project going through? And then, have we ever considered, I mean, it's popular up north, a K through 12? Out in the, I mean, we're looking farther rural. I mean, keep building these middle
Yeah.
and elementary. Why not a K-12?
And, yeah, Ms. Spray, it may look, that property way up there that we just mentioned up north of Buckeye,
I'm not
be-
saying that property.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying future.
Sure.
Because you're talking 90+ thousand units.
yeah, and that future property could be a 6 through 12, to your point. I mean, we may have to look at something different.
Because,
So yes, we would have to look at something different if we can only get 40 acres.
Right, because this is what I keep hearing. We've got all of these elementary and middle, and we're building more, but we're not keeping up with the capacity at high schools.
Correct.
Because we're building middle and elementaries, but not the high. We just did the K through 8. That's gonna generate all of those K through 8 kids, high school students.
I think you'll see that in the next phase of this discussion, is the rezoning options and Braden River High, or, you know, and
I just
so
want us
I
to
think you'll
think out
see
the
some of that.
box.
Yeah, I think you'll see some of that.
Think outside the box. We don't always have to go the elementary, the middle, and a high. We could, K-12s work all over the country. And actually, parents like it. There's no moving from one school to the next. It's one section of the school to the next. But, and then I guess we're gonna get to the redistricting part of that, but.
Ms. Spray, would
what-
you like me to
what-
answer your question
yeah,
about the bridge?
What is the latest on Fort
Yeah,
Hammer?
so, where they are now is, north of the river. They're basically ready.
Right,
There's still some clearing going on. South of the river, they are almost done widening the road. They have now created the pathways for the bridges to be built, but
Okay.
it's gonna be a minute till they get there. But the road widening is almost complete
done.
to accommodate that.
okay. So I'm just like, to Mr. Choate's point, we're looking at a AAA school, but we may be looking at a triple B very soon thereafter. And is this property a good spot, or do we move to a bigger spot and make another massive school, or build 2 little high schools? I don't know what the real answer is. I'm just trying to see, beyond the 5 years. Because I know what the 5-year plan did for some of the stuff that we just did, and we didn't even make it to the 5-year of that project, and we're talking about adding on.
Well, we've got 2 new schools that we just haven't even started school yet.
And we're
adding
already
on
talking about adding
within a year and a
on.
half,
So
2
that's
years.
what I'm saying.
In our 5-year capital. So, I mean, yeah, I know.
That's why I'm saying, we can think about this project, but I think we need to look beyond this and maybe add more property somewhere farther out, because I can see this FDAB being moved. There's gonna be so much pressure, I believe, from, I don't know the state level, but I'm certain that there's gonna be pressure. If it's not this board that's seated, it'll be another board that's gonna be seated within the next 5 to 10 years. I'm not saying this board, but eventually that FDAB's going to get moved. And I would rather us be proactive than reactive to what's going on out that way. And I drove out to Mayaca just not too long ago, so I know. And even what's east of Mayaca is Arcadia. I mean, that's not too far from Mayaca. I can see Mayaca starting to blossom. Who knows? You know, but I just think we need to think about just not keep building these high schools, accommodate all the charters, all the private schools that don't do high schools. I mean, that's why we're under capacity on high schools, is because we're building the middle and the elementaries and not keeping up with the highs because the charters. You know, I know some people in here are thinking about that, but, you know, we just gotta look at that. Anyway,
Quick question before we get on to the high school stuff. Go back to concurrency.
right.
Are charters, I know we don't know like when they're going to happen and things like that, but the charters that are applied for, approved,
Yeah.
don't have a building yet, things like that, is that included with our concurrency through development and things like that?
Great question.
Well, that is a really good question. And the answer is, as of July 1st of this year, they have to be included in our concurrency.
Okay. That's right. The bill just passed. That's right.
It did.
Okay.
Have I done that yet? I'm telling myself, but no, I haven't, because I can't figure out how to get the data on them.
You mean what their total capacity is in their schools and things like that?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They don't
Gotcha.
do fish. They don't have a 5-year plan for us to say,
Sure.
okay, you're going to add this capacity.
Sure.
So, and I'm not the only one that can't figure this out.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just at a conference.
Just at a conference.
No, I
and
can see that.
Statewide, they're going like, you put a law on us that we don't know how to do.
Right. No, I could definitely see that. I bring that up because
Legislative
Mike's a
priority
good
right
fisherman,
there.
too.
yeah, I know. Listen, they can bring me all the redfish and stuff. That's fine. My question is though, with that, and through this whole charter school, you know, the sales surtax, things like that, we've had some comments from some charter school folks. Because I think what gets lost, I know we'll talk about maybe this in the school options, but I think what's lost about all of this stuff is we've got to staff it and run these schools and pay for the schools to be run, etc. So there's a lot more than just like, hey, where do we build it? How much do we build? What's the capacity, etc. There's a lot more that goes into that when we look at building a school site. So my question is, and I don't know how we would do this, and shoot, I'm sure it's not done anywhere in the state, so there's nowhere to go follow. So we'd be the one beginning this, and maybe it's needed everywhere else. But instead of it all being on our shoulders to figure out how do we help with the growth, why not get with the charter schools and say, you go find the money, you go build these, we need a school here, you staff it, etc. And I understand from a quote unquote business model, that's not great because we're losing. But if we don't have to staff it, what does it matter to ever have those enrolled underneath us or not, right? Now, we build the thing, we got to make them come there. We got to have them there. Don't get, of course, because we got to staff it, and we need cheeks in the seats. But have we ever? And I know the answer is no, most likely. We've never sat down with charter school leaders and said, how do we tackle this together?
Or how do they build?
And I'm not saying we need to, have to, should. I'm just asking the question. Is that something? I think that's you talk about out of the box. I think that's out of the box. I don't think that's the norm. I don't think that's happening anywhere else. So I'm not saying we have, but is that I don't see how that. Why isn't that a reality? So you don't have to answer that, with your opinion or thoughts or whatever. I'm giving that more so just as an out loud thought of why aren't why aren't we calling charter schools, except, you know, the ones we know, and saying, look, like, you know,
Or take the opposite, a similar view is, there are charter companies that are for-profit,
sure.
right? So if we have the land, you know, what does the for-profit model look like to build this school for you all to run it?
Sure, sure.
And that may be lost revenue for us, but
And I know we're not going to solve this today like that. I'm opening up a major change of thinking when I say that to, and I say that because you talk about future 5 years. I mean, we're struggling now to find, we don't fill our staffing now. We haven't opened up the 2 schools yet. We haven't opened up 2 other elementary schools we have in the books. Another high school. And yes, there's going to be people who move down, and there's going to be graduates, and there's going to be things like that. Don't get me wrong. But we don't fill our staffing now, and we have new schools because we have to. I mean, are we really going to fill the staffing? Now, I'm not saying the charter schools and collaborating with them on how we fix some of this, they're going to magically hire people either, because we're all competing for the same teacher, right? So I'm not saying that's the solution, but at least it's not on our plate to have to deal with staffing it. You know, I'm just spitballing. I'm not saying that's got to be discussed or anything. I know there's people are looking at me like, what the heck is this guy talking about? But it is something, just a reality of we know today, right now, if we didn't have charter schools in this county, it would be completely different, right? Like, we couldn't do it. We just couldn't do it. So I just throw that out there. So I do want to ask the board, though. It's 3:10. We've had about an hour and a half or so before. Yeah. Do you want to break before we move on to the high school options? Yeah. Okay. All right. It's 3:10. Let's take a 10-minute break. 3:20. We'll come back. We're in recess.
I was hoping.
All right, welcome back from our recess. Giving back to Mr. Rinaldi for the next section of our presentation.
Good afternoon. We're going to talk about the high school, AAA. We're going to talk about 3 options. We actually had a 4th option, but I took a 2-story building off my model there, so we're down to 150 million where we were at about 200 million with this. 3D art is great, but, so we've got a little bit of a graphic there as well. What I first wanted to talk to you about was the rezoning and with the 8 campuses. So this includes high school AAA. And when we look at it, if we go back to what I originally presented, we're actually addressing the overcrowding that we have at Lakewood Ranch. We're reducing Palmetto a little bit, and we're also reducing Parish. You can see that the kind of turquoise blue would be the new zone for AAA. And when we look at where the numbers are, you can see that Lakewood Ranch has gone below capacity with the amount of attendance boundary we've taken away from them. Palmetto is nearing capacity, so they're right at 90%. AAA high school is, we say, approaching capacity, but however, keep in mind when we open a new high school, typically we phase in over multiple years the grade levels. In addition to that, there are also exemptions that are granted for rising 11th graders and their siblings as well. So the fact that, we're showing AAA being approaching capacity, when you take all of those things into consideration, they would probably be more in the 90% range as well. So this is
And this was option 3,
This
right?
is option 3
Okay.
that we have up on the website right now, which also includes bringing Manatee High School's zone down a little bit and reducing Bayshore and some adjustments to Bayshore as well. However, we're eliminating the island zone that's close to Manatee L, and that would be going to southeast. So this is our option 3 that's on the website right now. And when we look,
Can I ask this?
yep,
Just out of curiosity, there's 3 options there. I'll put you on the spot here.
yeah.
Why did you choose option 3 there instead of 1 or 2?
Feedback, some of the feedback.
Okay,
we
what you're already
received
getting.
during the public meetings,
Cool.
looking through some of the just talk comments we've received. Maybe you could.
And actually, this option 3, option 4 is where we have the line of Manatee moving on the map. That's the
Okay.
difference between 3 and 4. So just to, on option 3 actually has Manatee and Bayshore zone right along that Cortez line, stays the same. Option 4 was the one where we moved that, so we probably would want to hybrid that based on the feedback. But we didn't change any of the maps through the
Yeah.
feedback. And option 3 was a little more radical in the term, not radical, but a little more clean in some of the lines that you can see with where we drew it. For example, with AAA High School, you can see we followed along the Upper Manatee Road and then used the river as our divider, as a natural barrier, because you cannot get around that unless you go via the bridge or 75. And just the balancing of how the numbers, by going with option 3, permits all the schools to be open for choice. So as parents had feedback where they may or may not have been happy with what their potential new school is, if all of our schools are at that 85 to 90% capacity, we're a true choice district. So that's the one thing in talking with parents and giving that feedback that they would have. There would be that opportunity if they wanted to stay at their school that they may have been zoned out of, or the option to go to another school.
I have a question about this real quick. Again, I don't know why we picked option 3, and it sounds like we're all gonna land on option 3.
It's all good.
And, I know feedback I gave you, actually you and others, about north and south of 64. North of 64, I think, should be a Manatee.
And that's the feedback we had in all the Let's Talk. So we haven't changed any of the maps during this process, even though we have
Okay.
that feedback. So that's
Okay.
when we come to you all, you'll have that feedback, and you may say, but based on this feedback, option 3, whatever option it is the
Okay.
most, but this one change. So we have
Okay.
that in our notes of that specific feedback, absolutely. But we didn't want to, throughout the summer, based on 1 or 2 feedbacks, just meander the map, because then it wouldn't be as true of the
Hard.
process of what we're doing. But we do have those in our notes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Absolutely, yes.
So, option 1 for AAA high school, the overall budget for this, that includes both construction, FF&E, technology, would be right around $150 million. The number of student stations at 1,250. Square footage, right around 205,000 square feet. And we also have the ability to expand and add 2 more academic buildings. So number 6 happens between the gymnasium and the academic building on the north there. That will be about 32 million square feet. We were at 850 student stations. It's about 62,000 square feet. It's a 2-story building. Academic building number 8 is kind of catty-cornered on the right-hand side, and that's a single-story building, around $13 million, about 25,000 square feet, 400 additional students, and that parallels what we did this past year at Parish Community High School, is adding that single-story building there. So this is an option. In addition, it's a full traditional high school. We've got baseball, softball, we've got a football stadium, along with associated bleachers and concession stands and related support facilities. So this option is more of the traditional. It's a scaled down version of what we have at Parish Community High School right now. And really the model here accurately reflects what this option would look like. Any questions on that?
Yes.
Ms. Frank?
So the budget for the scaled down is 149, and then a future building 6 is 32, and then academics building number 8 is another 13.
Yes.
You're putting us at $294 million. Am I right in that?
32.
I
You're-
add
you're at
those 3 together,
You're at about 209, I think.
209?
Yeah.
Or am I getting 240?
32 plus
4, 8.
13. So you'd be just under
14,
200, which
4,
is,
8,
Like 190.
yeah,
yeah, 194.
202, yeah. So we're still right back up at the $200 million mark.
Well, those are future expansions.
I know it. I know that.
And this is one option. The first option, Ms. Spray.
Right, right, I understand that's option 1. Okay,
And
That, it closely, it closely parallels what we have at Parish right now in student stations and square footage.
And Mr. Rinaldi, you had a chance to visit the new high school being built in Welland Park. What's the total cost of that down there, and that
They're
just getting
they're
done?
probably in the $220 million range. They are doing some infrastructure as part of another K-8 that they're going to build there, but it's still, I'd say the high school portion is probably around $210 million.
210.
3-story. Very, very compact. And I'll
Yeah,
move on
go
to
ahead.
option.
Hold on, Mr.
Oh.
Kennedy.
Oh, no, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead with option 2, and then I just wanted to make a comment about option 2. Like,
Okay.
you first.
So option 2 is bringing us down to 1,000 student stations, and what was eliminated was the auditorium building was eliminated. We eliminated the gymnasium, but we did keep the support spaces for the gymnasium, the locker rooms and like that, and thinking we would do some type of wellness center with some of the larger spaces that are in there. Once again, future expansion, if we did do the auditorium building, that's about a $32 million project, about 40,000 square feet. If we did add the gymnasium box back, that'd be about 9.5 million. And then the 2 academic buildings that we previously talked about as well. So we're right at 1,000 student stations with this. With our budget, we had actually pretty good interviews with our construction managers, and one of them feels, and it's the one we're awarding it to, that we may be able to sneak that gymnasium back in under that existing budget relative to some of the site work that we do. But now this also entails the elimination of all of the field sports. So the softball, the baseball, the football, along with associated support, concession, ticket booth, and bleachers would be eliminated, but we would keep the court sports, exterior tennis, as well as the basketball courts. So that's really the big change that got us down from the 149 to the 107.
Ms. Tatum?
Ms. Scarborough.
Sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you, actually, if we had to choose between option 1, option 2, I would tend to lead towards 2, but we talked before about trying to run a high school without a stadium, without a gymnasium. And, I mean, what's the idea here? Are we not going to have sports teams? I know we were talking about making this a very academically, at least I had this discussion with Mr. Chapman, a very academically oriented high school. I mean, what does not having a gymnasium and not having a stadium and not having an auditorium do? You know, as a former high school principal yourself, does that make life very difficult for you, or?
Well, it would depend on the structure of the school. If it's truly going to be an academic and not those facilities, you may limit what sports you offer. You may have things, some of your smaller sports, perhaps like golf and tennis and some of those smaller school sports, and the interest of some who want to go to that school and play at another school, then they could be part of our sports programs at the other high schools. So they may attend that school, but then participate at one of their neighboring schools through, and we would just follow the sports hardship process that we do to allow them that opportunity to play somewhere else. You would just adapt what you're doing for your physical activities. Your PE classes would be outside or a wellness inside. It would just change. You wouldn't obviously field a volleyball team or a basketball team, or they may, if they do eventually want to grow into that in anticipation of adding that facility, you would share space at one of your neighboring schools. So it's a thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
So it would be different, and as administrators, we would work with that administrative staff of, okay, how do we do this differently? And to still appeal to the student body in that area, but provide them with what they want at a school.
Okay. So as a high school principal, if you were to take over the school, the plan for it doesn't concern you. You'd have to adapt and.
You would adapt, just any facility that you have, you would adapt and say, okay, what do we want to offer? How do we offer that? And how do we best utilize the space we have?
No gymnasium. That's not. I mean, for gym at a high school, it just seems very different. But hey,
It would be very different. It depends on the focus of the school,
Okay.
because physical education is a credit that you earn.
Right.
You would obviously still have some PE classes, but like I said, you may not offer some of those indoor sports right off the bat, or you may, if you're going to field a team eventually as you grow into it, utilize other spaces. It would be a challenge. I'm not saying it wouldn't be, but again, it's thinking outside of the box to stay within the budget that the board looks at.
You like old school, right, where you actually did physical education during physical education class. Maybe you go outside and run around the school or something, or you.
I'm just really an advocate for for not necessarily just a traditional school, but for our students to have the opportunity to do everything at a school.
Yeah.
But I do know those that think, well, maybe if we specialize in certain areas, then we could grow into it, with phases down the road. But, times change with what some students may want or not want. I think there have been some schools that have opened without sports teams or without your band or your fine arts, or without an auditorium, and they eventually add those things because that does attract students to your school. You do have academically minded, which is great, and if that's the focus we do and do something with some of our universities, dual enrollment, that could certainly appeal to some students, and they may participate in their activities either through traditional schools or their club activities.
I think for me, a lot of this will end up being budget driven too. I mean, if we'd like to buy the Cadillac but we feel like we can only afford the nice Chevrolet, then a lot of the bells and whistles that come with Cadillac, we may not. It would be, ultimately, it would be nice, but.
I give a lot of credit to our school staffs, regardless of what I think that society sends at us, we figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
And so if that's what it is, we will figure out how to do it, and we will do it well.
Okay,
And
great.
one of the benefits of this site too is immediately across the street from Post Road, you have Premier Sports as well.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have the ability to work with the county to do maybe a field sport like a lacrosse or something like that
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, that's really good. Okay. That's what I had for now. Thank you.
If I may. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about option 2. It's certainly my preference, and Mr. Tatum, you just referenced, and Superintendent Chapman and I talked previously. He brought the idea, I'm sure to all of us at this point, about doing a academically focused kind of collegiate school model with the AAA site. And I do, as we talked about earlier, really we need this site, and we're going to need something in North County in the next 4 to 7 years. And so if we can build this at the Chevrolet prices, we can get 2 Chevys instead of 1 Cadillac. But I really think that's an exciting idea, because you're going to, you know, we have to compete with charters. And I think a school that is focused on academics, not sports, not arts, but solely academics, where every kid there graduates with a associate's degree, for example, something like that. That might be setting the bar too high, but you know, something that's what they're striving for. And then when we have availability of funds or room to borrow to expand the campus, I think that's great. But when Mr. Chapman brought that idea to me, I was like, wow, that is a really amazing idea. We already have a partnership with USF in our district, and that, you know, we go with an academic focus on this campus. We maybe go with an arts focus at a North County high school. I'm just brainstorming here, as long as we're buying Chevys. But I think this scaled down version, with all this uncertainty we have going on. I mean, we know growth is coming. The problem is, at what rate will it come? And so this gives us the ability to expand as we need. So, no, that's all I want to say. I support this kind of smaller, kind of boutique model.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the right word.
Mr. Kennedy, and just remind the board too, there's even another option we're going to talk about after this as well, which is completely different and out of the box. And Mr. Bernal, Mr. Scarborough will talk about it. But I asked Mr. Jensen to come just to spend a minute or two just to talk about that USF idea, because it is completely out of the box, and it is something at the height of University of South Florida, which is that is a very well respected institution. So and we recently met with them about it, and if Mr. Jensen could have a minute or two, but
Before he goes, we just had Felton and Spray on. Just want, if they're
got it.
talking about something else before that,
You're in charge, Mr. Chair.
whatever you want to do. Do you want to wait, have him
No,
present, or
I'd
go?
like to, really quick. With option 2, now, Mr. Rinaldi, I believe you said that they might be able to keep the low budget and still build the gymnasium?
Yeah, the actual construction cost for this came in at right around 87 million. So when we started adding, the FF&E and all that stuff, we thought maybe we could make some adjustments and try to get that gymnasium, the physical box, back in some form.
Okay, so I would, if that's possible, I would like to see that plugged back into option 2, as being that this is Florida and it rains every afternoon, and having walked around high school campus in the floods, and also knowing that, as you know, yesterday we had record heat. It's not going to get cooler in Florida. I would advocate for having a gym to keep our kiddos from having issues out in the weather. Because you still have to have PE even if there's a thunderstorm. So, or if it's 115 degrees with the heat index, you still need to have PE. I really don't like the idea of them outside for those classes. Mr. PE teacher.
I think the majority
We got a lot of
of-
elementary schools where they're outside.
This is
Not
just
when it's
me.
unsafe, but
It is
It's just
unsafe.
me. I think the majority of kids who would choose an academic focused are probably taking PE Health online to collect their PE, and not having PE. I'm not against the gym, but I don't think it'd be used as much as a normal standard school. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter.
Well, but also in that sense, I mean, they are required to have a PE credits. And we might be able to also offer some unique sports, fencing, maybe, archery, some of those unique things that we can't offer at our regular schools. So that, you know, that way they can still be, I've always wanted to take archery, and they never offered it at any of the schools.
A lot of sharp objects in that.
I know. I really like.
Yeah, risk
The
management.
attorneys in the
just
room
gotta
are like,
learn it.
whoa, 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 whoa.
I like
Gunnery
the
job.
idea of sharp objects personally.
somebody check on Bill Kelly. He just passed out.
Exactly.
But anyway, but some some other unique opportunities of indoor things that don't require a team of 50. But because even though we do have kids that again, a collegiate school idea, I love that. We do have kids that still want to be involved in those things, and that maybe don't want to travel to be at Lakewood Ranch for football, but might be interested in doing something as a smaller team sport as well. And then also with our current students doing dual enrollment, and going all the way to side of the county. It's not always an option, and we've sat up here and discussed transportation and trying to get from one side of the county to the other side of the county. So being able to offer that sort of dual enrollment idea on the east side, I think, is also a bonus. So I just want to throw that out there.
And the other thing we looked at in regards to the gymnasium is perhaps it's not a conventional gymnasium, but maybe it's got a stage. It's an area that is also used for a large gathering for, that you could get all thousand students in there. And it's a kind of a unique gymnasium, not just the traditional basketball and volleyball court.
Ms. Spray, did you?
I was just
have
going to
someone
say,
option
I was going to just say to the athletic side, when Ms. Scarborough was talking about kids traveling to other schools for sports, Manatee High doesn't have tennis courts. They go to King to play their matches. Am I correct in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right. So
Same with baseball.
but every, I think the only thing they have is football, right? At
Soccer,
Manatee.
lacrosse.
Well, on the field,
Yeah.
right? But they don't have,
No baseball and
right. They don't have a baseball diamond and they don't have
tennis courts.
tennis courts. Yeah, they
Theoretically,
have
the
it,
same with
Or
Lakewood
softball.
Ranch, but
right.
they're
So,
right there next to us.
so there's options for and during the break, I even said, a homeschool student played tennis at Braden River and actually won, I think, the state championship, but she was a homeschool student. So there's options, and that's the thing we need to keep reminding ourselves. It's not the traditional way anymore. It's not you're going to your zone school, period, stop. You have too many options. You got the charter, you got homeschool, you got virtual. And then you have the hard buildings like we do. So I lean toward option 2 over 1 because of cost, but I do want to see what we're coming up to next. But anyway,
I want to give, Mr. Jensen, go ahead and explain.
yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Now that they've asked about the questions, I know that's been approached a couple times.
Absolutely. I mean, we, like Ms. Scarborough, I'm a big fan of our large comprehensive high schools, and I think I'd put the quality of program our students get at our comprehensive high schools up against anyone. But I also know that in our current choice environment, like you pointed out, Ms. Spray, this is, every student is unique and every family is unique, and we're looking, and parents are looking for personalized pathways for their students, and that large comprehensive high school experience is wonderful for many students, but it's also not what some of our students and families are looking for. And so as we conceptualize what different models of this high school could look like at different price points, be it Lamborghini or Chevrolet, you know, one of the things we explored, and we even took a meeting with USF over this, was the idea of a strong collegiate high school. And I think, you know, anytime we get to dream big in education, it's exciting. You know, I really do feel like, you know, regardless of the decision the board makes, and kind of over the years what our 5-year plan looks like with the development of different schools and high school options, we can think really creatively about the kinds of programs we put at schools to make our schools very competitive and provide a constellation of options for our parents and students. So one of those options we explored was the collegiate high school model, where, you know, the idea of students kind of entering, having a very curated program of courses, so they are exiting with an AA degree at the same time they're graduating high school from a respected high quality institution that feeds right into their bachelor's degree and maybe even a master's degree in 3 years, if that's something a student is interested in pursuing after high school. And I also think when you have a partnership and a focus of programming on a campus like that, you then get to start building all the other structures on the campus around that as well. So then we start thinking about, like, at a school like this, are bell schedules even necessary? What kind of personalized advising and scheduling approach can we start looking at for students? You know, when we have something like a gym that's not quite a gym, can we make it more of like a collegiate style wellness center for students, or, you know, an option like that? Can we have collegiate academic advising right on the high school campus? And can we take some of our classrooms that, you know, would normally, you know, look like K through 12 classrooms, and instead turn them into collegiate style lecture halls, and have teachers, you know, our adjunct faculty who are adjuncts at that university, but teaching on our K-12 campus, delivering college style, you know, lectures inside of a building really constructed for that purpose. So I just think, you know, it's something that excites me. I know it excites members of our academic team, and I think when we approached USF with the idea, there was some excitement on USF's end about the opportunity to partner in an endeavor like that. But it's one of many options we could explore, but I think it's something that, you know, personally, I think there may be an appetite for, and something that would serve our students and parents well.
Well done.
Thank
Perfect.
you. Yeah, no questions.
Okay,
Yeah, that
perfect.
doesn't mean there won't be, so you may want to hang on.
You know where I'll be?
So we looked at what would be an option if we did not construct AAA. So we're going back to the 7 campuses. We took a look at the rezoning that needed to be done to balance out Lakewood Ranch and balance out the parish enrollment levels. So as you can see, what would probably happen is we would have to move the Braden River boundary east of 75. So what you're looking at right now, the bottom yellow is the Braden River attendance boundary. It goes to Lorraine Road, and the northern boundary is State Road 70. In addition to that, you can see up on the top of the yellow that we are also taking some students from Parish Community. So you can see how the overall flow would work in order to populate that particular attendance zone. And in looking at in detail at that, you can see the boundary for Braden River High School would change significantly, and Lakewood Ranch, we would be carving a corner, what would be the southwest corner out of their zone, and then adding a little bit to the Lakewood Ranch south of the river now that goes to Parish. And then you can see top left-hand corner of that Lakewood Ranch, we would be, or Parish, we would be grabbing also some students that are presently attending Parish and bringing them into Braden River as well. So that would be the zone for Braden River. The way the numbers would look, Braden River, if we did not do a classroom addition there, would be over capacity at 103%, but I'm going to show you a classroom addition we would do there, similar to what we did at Parish Community, and that would be the second, and where it says Braden River with the addition, so that brings them down to 83%, but then it balances everyone out, and just about every single campus has the ability to take choice students as a result of that. So that's kind of how the numbers work. Physically, what it looks like is we would be adding a classroom building and be about 16.5 million, 400 student stations, a capacity of 380, about 24,000 square feet, which kind of parallels what we just completed out of Parish Community. We feel that the best location would be in that northeast corner there presently, and it would kind of close out the courtyard. There would have to be some other minor modifications we need to make to the cafeteria to provide restrooms and all that, but there's other things that we would want to do for the campus if we were to add these additional 400 students.
So what would the capacity be then if we added the, and
It's about 380 student station. It's 400 student stations. They discounted, it's 380 is what we gained at Parish.
But it would drop it to 85%.
Okay, it would be,
Yeah.
that what it said on the, so that's what was included on the previous slide. If we did this and changed the zone, then the school would be at 85% capacity. Okay, thank you.
That's my, that,
So this is, okay.
that's okay. You want me to go ahead?
Yeah, you have a
Alright.
question?
So you're saying if we did not build AAA, this would be our option. You'd be adding an addition to Braden River,
Right.
and that would put our new capacities pretty well balanced with the addition, because I can see without the addition at Braden River, we're over.
You're
but
over
with
there.
the addition, we go right at 85%.
Yep.
The highest is southeast
Southeast
at
of the
94. Okay. But this doesn't address any of the growth,
Well,
other
Go
than,
ahead. I'll let you answer.
It kind of kicks the can down the road a little bit, I guess. is the
Right.
way to put it. But-
right, this is basically saying, this is your option if you don't, but you're gonna need AAA sometime.
We would probably move AAA out later in the 5-year plan.
Okay.
Just so that we would have it in the 5-year
Right.
plan from a concurrency standpoint.
Okay.
And you know, that AAA may be north off Buckeye, maybe, you know, on our existing property, but, you know, it gives us a little more time to see how the development moves
Right.
along. But, I mean,
Okay.
I think,
Yeah.
you want to talk about the rezoning and the challenges we may have there?
I had a question before.
well,
you move on.
yeah, so I've got. just a
What
couple
specifically?
things.
There's lots of challenges.
I got a couple things. I think that this, so this option, I'll just be honest, has been something that I've thought from the very beginning. Having taught at Braden River and all that, the land that's there, et cetera, obviously, I'm ignorant on cafeteria and that sort of thing, like Mr. Rinaldi said, and Ms. Scarborough was the principal there. Not when I taught, but you were after. And from a standpoint of, and the rezoning, I know you're gonna say, you're gonna talk, but, and Mr. Rinaldi just kind of foreshadowed, you're gonna hear a little about rezoning. To me, this is very similar to what we did with Lakewood Ranch 4 years ago. We built onto Lakewood Ranch to take the capacity to get us through later on, to building the new school. Talking about capacity, perfect world, there's always gonna be issues with whatever we do. Perfect world, you look at Lakewood Ranch, now it goes down from what they were 2434 to 2076. So that's 400 students, stations open, sure for choice, but also for growth as it moves forward in the next 2 or 3 years. So it could close up to choice 2 months, 2 years from now. Who knows? I mean, you know what I mean? We just don't know the rate of growth, but I think it solves that growth. I think it solves parish growth. I think from a obviously dollar standpoint, it's obviously cheaper than anything else. I do think there's some rezoning. When you look at like where you're at on State Road 70 through University and that area going to Brayton River, where you're kind of driving past Lakewood Ranch to go to Brayton River. You know,
I'm in there and say, I'm not in favor of that rezone. If we could do this without that little carve out there, I'll just throw that point, because you're right. I mean, I live in the middle of that little square there, and people are going to be knocking on my door going, whoa, whoa. My kids
Now, if I
going to
could-
Lakewood Ranch, but
Sure.
If I
Go
can
ahead.
You can jump in.
I can speak to that section. So in some of our rezoning plans for the new school, we actually went to that Lorraine Road, and that was some of the feedback specific in that Greenbrook neighborhood, because even though Lorraine is a very large road there, it's not like they're across the street from each other, because the way it's designed, they do live in the Greenbrook area and have gone to Lakewood Ranch. We did do a mock-up on the team I was on with doing rezoning. If we use 70 and we cut it just past at Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, or just before that where Braden River Elementary and Braden River Middle are, then those students would actually go to Braden River High instead of Lakewood. So you kind of get that continuity of the kids from Braden River L to Braden River Middle. There's about 150 students in the section of Braden Woods and South right there, which is that area, if you know strategically where that is. And then you could still keep some of that newer Lakewood Ranch. It would affect some of the Lakewood Ranch numbers, but that is an option. And I don't want to change the map right there, but that is an option if you didn't want to go as far on that southern part of the map. The northern part that was at Parish, that's Heritage Harbor, and prior to Parish opening, those students did attend Braden River High School, and in a couple of rezoning, some of the parents, they were, some obviously would probably still want to choice their families if they've started there, but others, they didn't have to go either 75 or Fort Hammer, because while it looks like it's contiguous to get to Parish Community, it is going out of your way and does add to the traffic to go to Parish Community. So I remember speaking with one of the parents at one of the nights. She's like, oh my goodness, thank you for getting us still south there. And that group is pretty close to go off 64. And I think, Mr. Choate, you'll remember that group when they opened were there. So they had been there, they've been at Parish, they may feel like, but it has been beyond the years per policy of moving them. So we're not just kind of knee-jerking and moving them back, because I know in policy we don't try and rezone somebody too quickly after that. So that gives you some options in that zoning work with Braden River and Mr. Choate, with that school, you do have room there. When I was there, we got up to 2,200 students. We had 10 portables, but the core facilities could support it. And Mr. Rinaldi has to refer to the bathrooms, but if you've never visited there are no restrooms in the cafeteria, so a supervision standpoint is very difficult. For that, so I told him, whatever we do, we've got to put bathrooms in at the cafeteria for the students, because they have to go over to the theater lobby to use the restroom during lunches. So it's a little bit of a supervision quandary. But it would give, because Braden River and Lakewood Ranch are so close together, and that it would, I think, be more equitable between how large or how small, because I think the core area there could handle some of that with a new building there. So that's why we've talked about that option and where we could pull students in. And again, if there's capacity at all of them, you've got some openings for choice of those families, that so they don't knock on Mr. Tatum's door. You can say, please apply through the proper choice program, and we'll go through that process. So.
And from a transportation standpoint, one of the challenges is obviously now on the east side, we're going to be transporting to the west under 75 as well, with that one quadrant that we're pulling from Lakewood Ranch.
that's why I'll just chime in and say there's 150 students in the Braden River area there. If we could just put them at Lakewood Ranch High School, and if it fills up, and then it just closes. But you're right, trying to get, everybody east of the interstate, I think, ought to be living in that area. That's a big, huge block point where 75 and 70 come, and trying to get through there. Everyone east of the interstate, my preference would be that they just go to Lakewood Ranch High School inside that yellow square there, and if it's 150 extra students, then it's it looks like it would be about full, and then we just close it.
I just want to correct, it's
Sure.
not 150 there. If we move the line not as far east as Lorraine Road and we stopped it just past Braden River Middle, that's where it's about 150. So it would just go to like Lakewood Ranch or right before that,
Okay.
that Braden Woods neighborhood, which is a little older neighborhood, that, and River Club, that's where I'm talking about, is about 150. The
Right.
Greenbrook area and all that, that is a much larger area. I think that was, I would have to look, I think it was closer to
Right.
300 or
That-
400 that,
Yep.
so that would not get into that newer Lakewood Ranch. That would divide like River Club and Braden Woods going west. That's where it's about 150 students.
So if we put everybody inside the square there, that would be another 500 students we'd have to put into Lakewood Ranch High School? Is that what? I hear
That's
you
what's
saying?
currently there. That's pulling some of
Mhm.
those students to ease the overcrowd. That's the almost 400 students that you pull out of Lakewood Ranch to ease that overcrowding. And if they pick up some of this from Parish above that solid pink line to the north, then that pulls some students from Parish. In rezoning, it shifts
Yeah.
people everywhere just to balance it out. So I don't know that anybody is not really touched in balancing between 7 campuses.
Okay. I'd
That's
still
where
advocate-
you all get to decide. We'll just give you
Yeah.
options.
I'd still advocate for not having to go through the 75, 70 intersection to get to,
Yeah.
when your high school is literally, as a crow flies, a half mile from your house. But anyway, that's it. Thanks for letting me chime in.
Yeah, Ms. Felton.
So I was at Braden River High School yesterday.
No.
And yes, I had to go find where the bathrooms were because we were in the cafeteria, and I'm like, where are the bathrooms? So I appreciate the idea of putting bathrooms in the cafeteria. I can't imagine why they built it without them. With regards to where the proposed classroom building, is there anything there now that would need to be moved, shifted?
It's solid land. It's just an open field right there.
Just open field right there.
It's a grassy area.
Okay, and now, you'd said, gentlemen, that if we do this option, with the keeping the 7 campuses, it would be basically, as you said, kicking the can down the road for the needing to build that 8th high school. My concern is that when we pass things off for several years, things become more expensive, which means then, more debt later on. And I don't know what the rates are going to be doing, and I don't think anybody in this room can predict the market. So I'm not going to ask. But that concerns me, that if we don't go ahead and bite the bullet now, what is that bullet going to look like in 3-4 years? So I have concerns about waiting. Because if, Southeast is already nearing capacity in this plan, depending on where you shift the lines for the Lakewood Ranch, Braden River folks, there we could end up over capacity quickly. So while I appreciate the idea, I still would advocate for the 8th high school.
Ms. King?
Okay, I have a little bit of a hodgepodge of map items here. So I have a question first about this little piece for Parish High School between,
What page are you on?
I'm on page 29.
Thank you.
Actually, let me do it on page 30. I'll do it on page 30. It's more detailed. This little piece between Rye Road and southern border of this little quadrant is 64, and is that Lake?
Manatee.
The body of water that the dam creates, is that Lake Manatee?
Yes.
Is there any reason we don't have that little triangle going to Lakewood Ranch High? And instead it's going to Parish?
I think in one of the options that we did for rezoning, we brought it up a little further to balance out between Lakewood Ranch and Parish. I think in doing this option, we adjusted it around.
Okay, so
But
there's
again,
another option.
that's definitely, as we bring you options, that's definitely something for you all to look at, that we could look at. But if you look back on the other options that we had, option 3, we actually went up along that area to that Lake Manatee and went a little further north. If you go back to page, I think I can show you. We did go up and kind of get that triangle of area. With the new high school, if you go back to page 25, we did take that area to AAA High School in drawing it a little more straight, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, it sure does. Okay,
Okay.
yep.
So that isn't one of the options.
Oh, that even goes farther than what I'm talking about. But yeah,
Correct,
no,
yeah.
you're right, it does. That's the 8 campus map.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and we can deal with that down the road. The other piece is the East Bradenton little quadrant. The board's going to have to make, I think, a tough decision here about what do we do. Sorry.
Little island, okay.
The little island in East Bradenton that goes to Lakewood Ranch right now and has for a long time. Probably since the school has been opened.
Probably.
That little quadrant went there. So, Mrs. Spray mentioned earlier about using 64 as a boundary for Manatee High. If you're north of 64 in East Bradenton, you go to Manatee. If you're south of 64, you go to Southeast, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're talking about? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, that same area, and then, I mean, I think the board's going to have to make a tough decision, and we've had some public comment that has asked us to keep this group of students at South, to move them back to Southeast High.
Back
Excuse me,
to Southeast.
not keep them, move them to Southeast High, and take them out of Lakewood Ranch. And, you know, is it, I mean, I see the benefits of doing it. I see the benefit of having those kids go to Lakewood Ranch. I also see the benefit of having those kids going to high school much closer to their home. So I just think it's something that's been hanging out there for many years. I think we should make a decision on. This has nothing to do with growth, or whether we have 7 campuses or 8 campuses. This little question still exists. Also, just I would suggest in that same little piece of that, the East Bradenton little quadrant I'm talking about, that we just use the eastern boundary of that purple quadrant is 27th Street East. And we just use 27th Street East as the boundary for Braden River High.
So if you look at that dark line, and it's graded, and it's hard to see on this map, we did in drawing the maps, we did do that to put towards southeast to make it a natural barrier.
Okay.
And in all 3 of the options that we came up with for the high school rezoning, that island is included, because that was one of our charges, that is to go to southeast in all 3 of the options that we presented.
Oh, so you guys have already put that into place?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. I'm going to shut up now. Thank you.
Ms. Spray, were you lit up to speak or just
Yes,
not?
I am. A lot of options that we're talking about, whether to build AAA or not to build AAA is the question. That's basically what we're all here for. And when I go back to this deck, I think it's the same deck, might be, yeah, page 15. I think if it's still the same, page 15.
It is.
Of
All this, the school.
the
service
growth. Dwelling units, far left corner, 44,000 dwelling units that have been permitted already. I don't see where option 3 to add another building to Braden River is gonna help us in 5 years. I just don't see that. I think that option 2 is the Chevy version of what will meet our needs. And that's what we're here to do, meet the need, not exceed what we need. And this, I think, would do that. I think the idea of having a collegiate and working with, what is it you have? You guys have? To get the associate's degree, I think that would be very attractive. If a student wants to go to school just for sports, we've got them all over the district, you know, but there are students that are not academically, you know, capable. So I think option 2 is where I'm leaning. And, you know, and even that, see what the, you know, the scaled down version of a gym or auditorium would be. I think you said, who did you guys pick for the builder? Gil Bain. I think we got a pretty good relationship with them. And I think that, you know, we can get that little bit for a little less. you know what I'm saying? And still meet the need of the district, not the wants. I mean, there's so many, you could want everything. I mean, when I walked through Lake Manatee and I seen all the added amenities, I was a little shocked that we put that much money into those special features for aesthetics. Same thing with one of the other schools I walked through. You walk through so many, they kind of blend. But I'm like, oh wow, this is going to be. Oh, I know, Blackburn. It was Blackburn. There's a lot of aesthetics in there. I just think we go overboard on some of that, and I'm more in the line of get what you can afford. And right now, I think we need to meet the need of our district, and what we can afford is option 2. Thank you for that.
So I'll dialogue, I guess. I think that the need. So I look at this as I'm a huge school choice proponent, and I advocate for school choice, no doubt. When you look at the numbers, let me get back to the 8 campus numbers rezoning. It was somewhere.
There.
26.
And even 26, and even 15. What Miss Spray was talking about.
Yeah.
I just and I'm not. I don't really know the solution, but this is just in my head. I can't. It's really hard for me to swallow. Seeing numbers in the 60s to low 70s capacity for our schools. Call me a Westie, call me whatever you want. I don't really care. But it's all the West schools. It's hard for me to justify to myself building a 1,000 station school when we have 1,000 open seats around the county in other high schools. And so, and I don't know the answer to that. It's not busing, because that's not fair. You're not going to take kids from Calusa Lakes Country Club out to, Bayshore. And so, I mean, that's why, to me, adding something to Braden River solves the problem for the next, most likely, 2 to 4 years. And I know Mr. Neal was gracious enough to give his time, but it's his job to sell houses, so he's going to come in here and sell us what he does. It just is what it is. And I'm not disagreeing with him. And I told Mr. Penley this too. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time for the district, and he's nailed it pretty much every time. So his track record's great. So I'm not saying there's not going to be growth. But what I'm saying is that if we're talking about meeting our needs now, adding that does meet our needs. Now, how we finagle the lines, I mean, whatever, right? Like that's not the necessary concern. But it does go along with how do you finagle the lines to make sure it does meet the needs, because you have to remove capacity from Lakewood Ranch to absorb the growth that's happening. I'm going to kind of put my foot in my mouth here, because although this fits our needs now, we're still going to have to do something down the road, 5 years from now, whatever, starting a school probably out east. Then now we've built this school at Braden River, and can it sustain that amount of kids when you do build? Because we're in the same position now. We built this $25 million facility at Lakewood Ranch, new school, and we're going to drop them from 2,400 to 1,500 kids. Like, that's 1,000 kids less, close to 1,000 kids less. I mean, that school will be empty. And there will be a whole wing not used. And we've already got classrooms at Bayshore, at Southeast, at Manatee, not used. Desks sitting there, not used classrooms. I don't know the answer. I'm not saying anyone does. This is a really hard thing, because we've got empty. Well, we'll build $100 million, and it's going to be shiny and brand new and fabulous, and people are going to want to run to it and go to it and leave all the other schools. It's going to fill up like that. Having the USF and dual enrollment to be able to compete with the collegiate school at SCF, super idea. I mean, phenomenal idea. I think it's great. I think it'll be full from day one. I just can't. I don't know. I just can't swallow building classrooms and having classrooms empty. So the question is, well, Chad, what's the answer? I don't know exactly the answer, but I do know, I do think for me to be comfortable with something, especially like this, building a new high school, we have to have an idea of how to attract kids to our schools where growth is not happening. Southeast, Bayshore, Manatee. So what are we going to put there in order for that to happen, right? Like, let's take kids from out east, and I know they're going to have to transport themselves. It is what it is. Maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. But I feel like we are leaving west of the interstate behind in an afterthought because of the growth happening in the east side, which I'm thankful for the growth. I told you I'd rather be in a county that we're growing than dying. But I also don't want to be in a county like, was it Brevard or Broward, whichever one down there is closing schools because, you know, I don't want to open this new school for the first time ever in Lakewood Ranch's history. They now can choice, and they can choice 1,000 kids, close to 1,000 kids. So what does that do then to Braden River, Southeast, potentially Bayshore, even Manatee, that kids would choice to now go to Lakewood Ranch to fill that right back up and deplete our schools west of 75 even more? And so, I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, there's really no answer. I don't have a definitive answer. I wish I did. But those are my concerns with building this school. If we built anything at all, I do agree with somewhat of option 2, having it be a niche school. But I would also look at and we've never done this, but I would also look at if the district can be a sponsored charter school and build this at a different level than what we've ever done before. And maybe we can get everything in there. We do a little bit different, think a little bit outside the box. And that's something we've never done. But I do think it's definitely worth looking into. I think there's definite pros and cons to it. Probably more pros than cons, potentially. What I mean by that is us as a district sponsoring, and you create another entity and we become a charter school. You know, whatever that would be called.
Can I dialogue with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is a good, this ties in with all the SREF study I've been doing. It points to exactly what you just mentioned. So I'm going to hit send on an email here to you all real quick. Okay, send. So if you would take a look at that. So in the last couple weeks or so, I have been talking with people about the SREF and charter schools and all these type of things, right? So I'm being the very highly interesting person that I am, I was sitting around reading that big red book that we all get, you know the book I'm talking about, the big red book?
Yep.
So if you go down to my email that was sent to, you can see to Mr. Dye with courtesy copies to Mr. Penley. In statute 1013.385, it says, interestingly, school district construction facility flexibility. A district school board may, with a majority vote at a public meeting that begins no earlier than 5 p.m., adopt a resolution to implement one or more exceptions to the educational facilities construction requirements to provide a school with the ability to operate in a facility on the same basis as a charter school. And then if you go down to the next line, 1002.33, so if you're operating as a charter school, or in a way as a charter school, it says, charter schools, with the exception of conversion charter schools, are not required to comply, but may choose to comply with the state requirements for educational facilities code. And so when I sent this to Mr. Dye, and I said, do you believe that you have to operate as a charter school, or could you just, by a vote of the board, exempt yourself from one or more, what does it say there? One or more requirements of the SREF, and you wrote dot, but I think what you meant to say was not, right? That you could just exempt yourself, the way you read that, you could exempt yourself from some of the SREF requirements. Is that when you said don't? You don't have to be a charter
have to be a
school.
charter
Right, you don't have to be.
So the point of that is that we could, if we wanted to build that school and operate it as, we could use the building code that the charter schools use, but still have it be one of our schools, and hopefully to some degree lower the costs of it and make it a little more palatable for us. So, because part of the issue that you're dealing with, and I thought about this too, is you're right, we have all this capacity, and you think, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but then the problem is the transportation issue, right? Is that it's busing all these people on the east side of the county to try and get them over, even if we kind of tweak the zones a little bit. I talked to Mr. Chapman and Mr. Rinaldi about that, and we said that we have capacity on the west side, but the problem is it's just going to exacerbate our transportation problems. Would that be true or not true if we tried to kind of start moving kids from the east side of the county on over into these?
75 is a issue.
Choke.
As a choke point.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there because you brought that up about either making it a charter school or we could just operate it as one of our own schools, and there is apparently this legal option, which I came across as I was reading this, says we can, by a vote, exempt ourselves from to some degree, from the SREF requirements. At least that's how Mr. Dye reads it. And the other option is too, as I'm going through all this, and since we're talking about this, and I don't know if we'll make a decision today, is in talking to all these people, from builders, architects, other people, the other idea is you just tell the builders what the budget is, and the architects. You just say, this is the budget. We want a 1,000-seat school, and the budget is $60 million. Or $50 million. And you go figure out how to build it. And because when you look at the cost per student stations that we're dealing with here, Artisan Lakes, and these are round numbers, but they're close enough for government work, as they say, right? $69,000 per student station. Rye Ranch, $75,000 per student station. Barbara Harvey, $58,000 per student station. The AAA school as proposed, even with option 2, $104,000 per student station. Our Lake Manatee K-8 is $96,000 per student station. And if you look at the charter schools around here that are being built, they're down in the 20s per student station. And
Same exact numbers.
and you know, I can understand if it was 5, 10, 20% more per student station, I would say, okay, well, you know, we'll build to our standards. Because realize too that we have internal building codes that are also, that have been developed, and that's fine, that also make some of our building more expensive. And I know Mr. Rinaldi and I have had this discussion before. We might be a little on the different side of that. First of all, I want you to know I really appreciate you as an employee of the Manatee County School System, and I'm glad that you're here and you know exactly what you're doing. But in the conversations that I've had with builders and architects and even with you, between the SREF and between our local design codes, that's what's driving up a lot of our building costs. And if we can exempt ourselves through a vote of our board and then go to the builders and say, you are going to have to be innovative, here's your budget, it's still twice as much as maybe the charter schools that are out there. You're going to have to, you can build it for $60 million, which would be $60,000 per student seat, which is still pretty high. I'm just saying that there's potentially a way to approach this new school that saves us the $40 million that we just gave to the charter schools, by the way. And instead of approaching it as, here's our requirements, you tell us how much it's going to cost. The reverse of that would be, here's our budget, you go figure out how to, and these are still our requirements, you're going to have to figure out how to build it. So I just wanted to kind of bring you guys up to speed since I can in any other forum on where I've been going with all the SREF discussions and the people I've been talking to. Number one, to summarize, there is this portion of the law that potentially allows us to do this. And then number two is there's a different way of approaching this building, which is, you know, you obviously can't lowball it. You can't say, go build us 1,000 seats for $15 million, not reasonable. You'll get a warehouse with some tables and chairs in it. But on the other hand, you can say, look, here's $60 million. See if you can find out, see if you can figure out a way to do it for this. And that's just a little different way of approaching the process, so to speak. So thanks for letting me
Yeah, absolutely.
chime in on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I brought up the potential charter and in whether we do it that way or we do it the other way, where we
Right.
vote off whatever you want to take off in the SRF. I didn't even know that we could do that.
That might be open to somebody else's legal interpretation, but the first crack at it is, did you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just more on Mr. Tatum's comments. So I did a little research on school districts forming their own charter schools. We talked about that a couple weeks ago. And I found nothing that prohibits that under Florida law. It's one of those statutes where it doesn't I don't think it envisioned it ever, but it didn't prohibit it. And a lot has changed, in the last 5 to 10 years on charter schools as they've really become prevalent. And the charter school statute just keeps expanding and allowing more and more options and flexibility for charter schools and giving them practically the same benefits that district schools have with taxation and other, relief of regulatory constraints, tax-free. They're now the bigger, more organized charters are building, brand new campuses using top drawer contractors, similar to what this district uses, and they're using, and they're closing on tax-free bonds in the multi-millions of dollars, using the exact same attorneys that you use. So they've figured it out, so a shortcut. And I think the construction department has got to figure out the question Mr. Tatum raises is if you build a new school to the standards of a charter school and not to the standards you have been building, what's the savings? And what's the pros and cons? What do you lose? Is it less nice? Is it not going to last as long? I mean, you got to do an analysis of all that. But to me, I would want to be talking to contractors, these large statewide contractors that are building charter schools, and they're obviously building them to this other set of standards. And they may even build district schools as well, and they know the difference already of the price per square foot savings. And then right now, I think Mr. Penley Michael Penley would confirm we're still not required to build hurricane shelters in our district, right?
Yeah, at least through January 31st of 2026. That is when a new statewide report will come out from the Florida Department of Emergency Management. And that report looks at 7 or 8 regions. I don't recall if it's 7 or 8, but they determine on a regional basis and not on a county-wide basis if there is a surplus of shelter capacity within that region. In the past 2 cycles, so let me back up just a moment. The study or the report that comes out is good for 2 years. So in the last 2 cycles, we have been exempted in our region from providing hurricane shelter or emergency shelter space. Don't know what that looks like after January of next year. It's very possible we'll be exempt again, but I just don't know that.
But that could, if you were charging off towards building cheaper, and then that changed, that could change everything, right?
It would definitely have an impact.
It could, but I asked the builders when Parish Charter School, the second upper campus, opened up their second campus, I asked them how much would it have cost in excess, or how much more would it have cost to build this as a shelter? And the guy thought for a second, the builder and the architect looked at each other and said $35 million bucks. I mean, it's not like a doubling of the price of the school. Mr. Rinaldi says, well, I don't, he just made a face like, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm just telling you that's what they told me. It was, maybe even if it's $10 million, like we're talking about price per square feet here being 2 to 3 times, or price per student station 2 to 3 times higher than what a charter school can do. And by the way, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It doesn't have to be all the bells and whistles or none of the bells and whistles. If you read the law there, it says, with a majority of vote at a public meeting that begins after 5 p.m., adopt a resolution to implement one or more exceptions. So we could say we want to exempt ourselves from this and this and this, but we like this bell and whistle and this bell and whistle, but this one we can't afford because we got to our budget and here's how much we want to spend. And it's just a different way of approaching how we budget our schools. And I just think it's something we really should consider, because when the price for student stations are 2 to 3 times more than what the charter schools are building it for. Again, if it was 10, 15%, I would say, well, okay, we're getting a lot more bells and whistles for 10 or 15%, fine. But when it's,
Well,
20,000 for a charter school station and 65 or 70,000 for a traditional school station. But go ahead, Mr. Rinaldi.
I mean, one of the issues, and I guess I believe they are related, is they have been constructing for significantly less than the traditional schools do. Classroom size is different. They don't accommodate ESE to the extent that we accommodate ESE. And I mean, part of my observations, and these are just my observations, is it's interesting that they are constructing for so much less, but now they need $45 million of our sales tax money, capital money, for what? For maintenance of what they've been building? So that's another way to look at it, is that it's either you're going to pay on the maintenance cycle or you're going to pay up front, and you try to balance those two.
So when we talk about these 50-year schools, for instance, at Lakewood Ranch, after we just had to go in there and rip out a bunch of underground piping, right, because of the failure of the water pipes underneath the school there, and we had to tear down Terra at the, not tear down, we wanted to tear it down at what, the 32 or the 33-year point or something like that. Is that correct? I mean, when we're talking about a difference of $40 to $50 million per school, that's just such a significant savings to not just at least exploring the option and understanding and look at this law and look at the options that we have to just say, well, we have to do $104,000 per student station when other schools out there are doing it for a lot less. I think it's irresponsible of us not to go with the approach of, here's the budget, now you builders go out and figure out, here's our requirements. And then, but if we reach the budget, then we start cutting back and we go, well, these are the bells and whistles that we can afford, and these are the ones that we can. And I think as far as the charter schools go, they just feel like they want that money. I mean, whatever they're going to use it for, charter schools they just want, whether they're going to use it for maintenance or, I guess they have to use it for capital purposes, but, they just want their share of the money. I don't know. I mean, they'll certainly use it for something, but it's just a big picture idea. Like when it's, I'll stop talking because I'm repeating myself. When it's 2.5 to 3 times more per student station, we, at least I, as a public servant, feel like I have a fiscal responsibility to try and figure out a way to bring those two costs more in line. When you're building one charter school, when you're building one public school for $20,000 per student station, and that's called a charter, and then you're building another public school for $75,000, $80,000, $100,000 per student station, I, as an elected official responsible for providing a budget, it's kind of like you with the capacity thing, right? If we're going to build this school, then we need to look at how to bring this price down, because that's not a responsible use of the taxpayers' money. This public school over here can be built for 3 times less than this public school over here. So, thank you for listening.
I would definitely would not be opposed to looking into it. I definitely think you've got to factor in everything, how long it's going to last, and blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff like that. But I don't disagree. I think that if for all intents and purposes we're equal in funding and whatever from the state, etc., then why are we not equal on that? I don't disagree with you. But I'm ignorant to how it's constructed, how it would last, et cetera. So I would want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. I know we've got some other board members that up to speak, so I just want to say one more thing, and I'll get off my soapbox. Back in February, I guess, we talked about rezoning. I brought up the idea of having Bayshore, rezoned to a polytechnical high school, to eliminate some of its zone, to absorb in choice, for students to be able to go, just like we're talking about potentially AAA being academic. This is our polytechnical. This is where you go for the whole, you want just math, science, English, your basic courses, and everything else. You don't want the PE, you don't want all those electives. You're going there just because I want trades, electric, the construction, the auto, etc. That's something that, and I know that's a major shift, just like this would be a major shift in just building a normal school, but it's something that I'm passionate about. I think that we were just at Kiwanis today, and we had 2 or 3 questions about technical college. It is, the public is talking about it. I think we are shifting from the last 2000-ish to 2020, 2023-ish. College. Can't do anything else except go to college. I think we're shifting that. I think trades are becoming where people are wanting to go, where younger, especially this younger generation, is seeing these businesses that are out there. They're gonna be able to purchase and buy, and all these guys got yellowfins and they're cruising around. The reality is I think that yes, we have pieces here. We got one in Parrish. We've got this here in this school, and we've got some of the pieces in some of our schools. But I think that still has to be something that we take into consideration, and maybe reutilize some of that campus, that's there at Bayshore for some MTC stuff. Because then now you're saying, hey, we're building this extra campus. We're going to absorb some of the people, some of the students here in Manatee and Southeast, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to take some from Parrish, Palmetto, and they're going to have to drive themselves. So they may have to figure that out, potentially. It's worth, I think it's something that I thought was a good idea. I think the board did. It hasn't really moved. Granted, there's been some changes, right? So I get that. But I still think that's something that is going to attract kids. We did a survey, 300 to 400 people replied. There was some good feedback from it. I do think you're going to have kids from our crowded areas wanting to potentially go to a school like that. Now, there's some questions on the transportation provided or not. We don't do any choice now, obviously. But I still think that's something absolutely worth continuing to look at. How we do that, is it incorporated in this rezoning? I think it is with the rezoning, potentially. Maybe not with this. My other question is with this, and then I'm done, to go to Mr. Kennedy. Potentially, if you, and this is just kind of the question for staff, if we did this school to a collegiate school, type style, we're going to get the dual enrollment, USF, things like that. Can we potentially have this, and would it help, would it hurt, how would it affect some of the enrollment if it was more like a choice magnet rather than zoned, and you got to go, obviously you have a choice to leave if you want. I guess it really doesn't matter in the days of choice to have a magnet really anymore. To not have a zone, I guess it really doesn't matter if you can choice to leave out.
Right.
So I just kind of maybe answered my own question. All right, I'm off my soapbox.
Can I dialogue with you?
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of the Bayshore vocational school model. So as we're talking about all this, how does this work with, maybe Mr. Chapman, you could roll in on this too. How does, if we go through this whole rezoning thing now and we rezone all these schools, and then a year from now we go, man, that's a great idea. Let's do a Bayshore vocational school. Then doesn't that kind of mess up the whole rezoning thing that we did? And, or,
Today was a key conversation, and, you know,
yeah,
hopefully we'll get to a conclusion. If not, we'll keep talking, but.
just order pizza and keep on going. man.
Yeah, but the.
Non-alcoholic beer, and there you go.
I
So.
think they go hand in, I think they're gonna have, and the team hasn't really talked about this in depth, so I may be a little off in what I might say, so just, I'm giving that as again, I'm the interim superintendent, so sometimes I can say things, and
Right.
you can get
we
rid of
cut
me
you a
on
break.
Labor Day.
He's the intern. Yeah,
I think they have to go hand in hand. So if you agree, let's, for example, for the 8th high school, or whatever that looks like, you know, that won't be ready till August of '27. That gives us 2 years, right?
Right.
It's going to take us 2 years not only to build the school, but also build the program that's going to go in the school.
Right.
And at the same time, that gives us 2 years to now work on Bayshore. We have money in the capital plan to make Bayshore into our trades high school, or whatever we're going to call it. So we're going to have 2 teams working on 2, you know, new high schools, if you will, and so in August of '27, essentially unveil these 8 high school choices and figure that out. So yes, it's quite an undertaking. It's going to take, but it's going to happen at the same time potentially. Is that kind of answer your question, so that families will know? And what we're seeing now is many 8th graders going to 9th graders are almost sitting down with their parents saying, this is what I want to do, right? Instead of maybe like my parents sat down with me and said, this is what you're going to do, but and really have some options. But that's one idea. If you all don't want to do an 8th high school, we're still going to do probably Bayshore, and we've got to do that probably in the next 2 years to build what we need to build and get the right programming and get the right educators in there. So either way, we're probably looking at an August 27 debut of some sort of either 7 high school look or 8 high school look here in Manatee County.
So it seems like we have to make a couple decisions here in the very near future to move things along. Number one is to build or not to build AAA, and what it looks like. If we're not going to do that, are we going to add an addition to Braden River? And then the third decision would be, are we going to direct you all to start the project to make Bayshore a vocational high school? And when do we need to? I don't expect you to answer that right now, but that's kind of the decisions in my mind, and like a timeline. Like, when do these decisions need to be made by? And
yeah, the month of August is key to finalizing a construction contract for the 8th high school. We have till really not even the end of the month, but let's just say August to get that done.
If we don't come to a conclusion today, which I don't think we are,
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to do this next Friday,
Yeah.
August 8th.
Yeah,
workshop again.
and then once we know that decision, then obviously we would then, you know, another workshop or seriously take the potential like USF idea to a whole, you know, to the next level of conversation, because then it does then touch a little bit on what we actually build there and what it looks like and so on and so forth. So that runs parallel to then we can then also, we've got to create a team to start working on what Bayshore looks like, right, and what even that looks like. And we've started to talk about that a little bit, but yes, and those are, I think, fun things. I mean, I think those are exciting things, but they're going to take all 2 years or a year and a half to get going, you know, to start doing it. I think we have money in the capital plan for Bayshore, so we'd have to do a workshop on what that's going to look like and what you all, you know, and we'll bring some options, and we're going to have to, you know, start on that right after this, essentially, as well. So.
And when you hear my bright idea about revamping the process for putting out a bid, in the sense of, instead of here are our requirements, how much is it going to cost? Now here's our budget. Go figure out how to work our requirements into that budget. The thought that does come to my mind is, well, if you want a contract by the middle of August, that's a whole new way of doing business. We'd have to put out a new bid. We'd have to, I mean, could that be done in the next 30 days? Mr. Rinaldi?
Really, what you're talking about is a design build contract, which this district has never done. We don't have any contracts presently of that nature. We would probably, maybe by the end of this year, have the design build teams in. So it would.
So it's not a realistic option, even though I think it's a great idea, but it's really not a realistic option in the time frame that if we want to open the school in 27. Is that what I hear you saying, Mr. Rinaldi?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would like us to just, chew on that for a while, that maybe instead of just going, it's like walking into a car dealership and going, well, here's the car I want, tell me how much it's going to cost. That's one way you can go into a car dealership. The other way is go in and say, well, here's my budget. Show me what I can get for this, and then that's just another way of approaching it. But mull on that for a while when we come back next Friday.
Have we, just real quickly, do we know what the operation cost is going to be even for the 1,000? Like, how many teachers is it potentially? How many admins? How many all those things? I mean, we talked about this number of building it, but that's just not the number that goes up. The number goes up is the operation cost.
Yeah, we can potentially work on that and get it to you by next Friday.
Okay.
As part of the discussion.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Belton.
Couple of things. Going back to this, if we want to talk about becoming a charter school company, which it's not even on my radar, let's have a workshop on that. We'll do it another time. We can combine the SREF stuff with it, whatever. Let's do that at another time. I'd like to get through this before our next meeting starts. We have 3 very viable options. And obviously, we've chit-chatted about a million other things today, so we haven't gotten to finish discussing this. I really like the idea of a polytechnic school. I actually was going to bring that up 45 minutes ago when I clicked to speak. I like the idea of the collegiate school. With the gym / whatever auditorium / whatever building that's going to be. Again, I don't like the idea of putting it off on the next board, or some of us may still be the next board, and raising prices and adding to costs, because we're going to have to build something eventually. So I would like us to kind of move on and wrap this up. And all the other ideas that have been brought up, if we can have workshops on those, because us hashing it out up here doesn't tell us diddly squat. We need to find out what legal says about this, what building is going to cost that. We have a fabulous staff, and rather than us sitting here and what-ifing and guessing on the potential of what things could be, I appreciate the bringing it up and, hey, let's talk about this in the future. Absolutely. But to hash it out to ad nauseum, when we have staff sitting here presenting on something else, I feel like it's a waste of our time and theirs. So I would just like to ask that as a board, we try and be cognizant of that. And I like our discussions. I'm not saying I don't, but if we can try and stay on topic more often, I think it would be beneficial not only to us, but to our viewers, to the staff, so we're not asking them for details about things they haven't looked at yet. I just think that makes it hard on them, because now they're like doing searches and trying to figure things out while they're sitting there in front of us. But if we're going to, we have lots of opportunities for workshops, lots of opportunities to talk about things. And so I would recommend then that we bring all of this together for another workshop in the future, so that we can kind of continue on.
Can I dialogue with you for a second, please? What about the discussion today? Because what we're trying to do here is come up with a pretty big plan to maybe make a vocational school at Bayshore and then either build a new high school, a big one, a small one. We talked about more schools that we might need up north. Part of the problem that people have with the schools may be the cost of it. I think Mr. Choate is saying, I think it's too expensive. We have a lot of capacity that we're not using. I don't know if I want to build it or not. So for instance, if I bring up the idea of, well, maybe we can build it for less because here's some law that might allow us to do that. When I saw you, I saw you over there as I'm talking, and you literally moved back in your chair like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're going down this road. This is all relevant to what we're doing today. This is a big discussion. As Mr. Choate said, we're not probably going to come, having a 3 or 4 hour discussion and figuring out whether we're going to do Bayshore vocational, whether we're going to do one of these 3 options, how that affects the zoning of the school system, how much we want to pay for this school, which one of these 2 options we want to do. Do we actually want to consider the law that I just showed you and maybe figure out a way to do this for less? Those are huge, big, monumental decisions that deal with hundreds of thousands of dollars of people's money. And the only time we can talk about it is when we're sitting up here at this dais. So I would encourage you to allow all of that discussion to take place and not, because what you're kind of insinuating, Ms. Felton, as much as I like you, is what maybe some people brought up today, and I think to some degree, maybe the side tracks you think I took are really not relevant, that these people down here work really hard, and what you're talking about, Mr. Tatum, is not relevant to the discussion today. But when we're talking about 40, 50, $60 million of savings that we could get, or whether we're going to even build the school at all, or possible ways in the law to reduce the cost to the taxpayers of building school, that's all relevant to what we're talking about today. So I
completely agree with you. I completely agree with you on the SREF. You're misunderstanding me.
Okay, man. Go ahead.
You're
then.
misunderstanding me.
Yep.
My frustration at the moment, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it is kind of directed at you because you've acknowledged me 3 different times today as, okay, Mrs. Felton next, and then moved on to somebody else, and I had to wait 20, 30 minutes to speak.
I apologize.
So that is
Didn't
where my
realize-
irritation
not on purpose.
lies
Not on
today.
purpose.
It is not at you.
Okay.
It is not at the topics. Those are all pertinent. It is more that when I want to speak to something we're talking about right this second, and then I get skipped over or ignored, and we go off on another tangent for 45 minutes, and now I finally get to speak, that is where my frustration lies. It is not at anything you're saying. I believe they're all very valid.
Okay.
All very valid. I completely support everything you are talking about, 100%. So please don't misunderstand me. It is my frustration of being over here in the corner by myself and feeling like my contributions do not matter.
I'll say I apologize. I never once tried to ignore you by any means. I think sometimes it does get off on dialogues so I guess I'll have a new rule. There is no dialoguing with anyone. I think we get off on we do when we sometimes dialogue and get off on a tangent, but I've never once meant to skip you by any means. So I apologize for that for sure.
Maybe just raise your hand in the future, Ms. Helton, and say, I have a
absolutely. I've seen the hand raised, and I've seen I can only go by. I try to hit the speakers, and sometimes we do go off on tangents, and I see that, and I apologize. It was never meant in any way personal, or to not allow you to speak, because I think you've got great things to say all the time. To be honest with you, and shoot, a lot of this is your area where you live and where you're districted. So I do apologize. So.
No, and again, I mean, I don't mind some of the dialoguing, and it is all very valid conversation. Please do not misunderstand me. I like having these conversations because, again, as you say, this is the only place we get a chance to talk. But when we break off in a dialogue conversation, and now we're talking to the staff, and and then you're having a conversation over here, and then it goes back to staff, and it goes back over here, and it's like there's a 3-person conversation going on, and I wanted to talk about something half an hour ago.
Gotcha.
So that is, again, where my frustration lies.
Yeah.
I know you're not doing it on purpose. I'm not saying you are. So please don't misunderstand that either.
It's all good.
I'm just asking for you to be cognizant of that.
Will do. Thank you. Ms. Beck?
Okay. First of all, dialoguing, this is the only time we get to dialogue. So I value being able to dialogue back and forth, and everything that people have said here today, even my dialoguing with you earlier is very valuable. So I think everything that we've talked about has been very pertinent to what we're doing here. It's a workshop. Workshop is not just these three people talking or those three people talking. I'm listening to what all three of those people are saying. In every corner of the room, I'm listening to whatever people are saying. So it's a workshop. And I can't see hand raising, but I did notice at one point you had your hand up, but it went off. And I'm not going to justify him skipping you or anything like that, because I don't know how many people have their hand up. But that's what a workshop's for. And I know the staff worked hard on the deck, you know. But ultimately, we're the board. We're the board. We're giving direction. And if we don't discuss all of the potential options, the options they're giving us are what they came up with. But we're the ones up here saying, this is what we'd like you to do. Look at this kind of idea, this kind of solution maybe to what our problems are. So I appreciate having the chance to dialogue, because I don't get to. So I don't care if it takes, we got another meeting in 30 minutes. I don't care if it takes all day. Now, back to the whole thing at hand. Building or not building? It's a question I asked a couple hours ago. That's our option here, to build or not to build. And I understand your point, Mr. Chair Choate, about capacity on the west side. Why do we want to build something on the east side? I'll tell you, I-75's the reason. Transportation's the reason. Putting those teenagers on the roadways at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m., whatever time they go to school, 6 a.m., when everybody's trying to go to work, and then, after the sports and all of that, going from one side to the other. That's a choice that they can make on their own. I don't think our deciding to build this school based on west side, east side capacity is the real question. And when I pointed out slide 15, it wasn't to point out the over and under capacity number. It was the dwelling units to be built. And they're not on the west side, they're all on the east side. So that's what worries me about not doing something with AAA, although it's all about the timing. Do we do it now, or do we do it a year or so from now? I think like I said, I think your Polytechnic idea is wonderful. I think maybe partnering and doing this as a charter combination school would be great. That would bring down our cost, because to Mr. Tatum's email and pointing out the statutes that we can use, why haven't we done that before? I think that's wonderful news. And when I was in Tallahassee, I asked about the SREF and the hurricane shelters. And Mr. Penley said they do a 2-year thing. If you have capacity, you get exempt from having to do that again. You can do that. We don't have to build every school to hurricane. I mean, we want our schools safe, but we don't have to build them to have a hurricane shelter in them. Not every one of them. So option 2, without all the whistles and bells, I'm going to go now to a Ford. No, instead of a Chevy, you go down to a Ford. Would be.
Hey, I drive a Ford.
I drive a Dodge. So what do you think of that? So that is basically, to me, I think we need to do some more discussion on option 2, but I think it needs to be the timing, because rezoning is going to fix our problem now, but it's not gonna fix our problem if we don't build something in a couple of years. That's where I'm at with it. I keep looking at that slide 15, 44,000 houses have been permitted all east of 75.
Ms. Fountain?
Okay.
Just really quick, no, this is why I asked that maybe we do this in a workshop, that we talk about what can we do with SREF, with the SREF and then again, the charter stuff too, because if we have that option, and thank you for doing the research and bringing it up, Mr. Tatum, because I've been with you in Tallahassee and have been on the, yes, I agree with you, bandwagon as we're talking to legislators. What are our options there? Can we use any of that here? Or is it something we're gonna have to wait for the next project? So, now that you've done that research, I would really like to see that. And so I wasn't, being sarcastic. I mean that. I really want to see that in a workshop, and I'd like to see what our possibilities are with that going forward, so that we have all the information and we can weigh our pros and cons. As staff said, that if we build it to the highest standards now, where are we versus if we build it to the lower, some of the lower standards, what are we going to have to repair when? So I would really like to see that.
So one quick thing, and the same thing was on my mind. And Sharon, you mentioned something about, do we have something in policy that says we can't redistrict within a certain amount of time? And let me tell you why I'm asking, because,
Rezone, you mean?
what did I say?
Redistrict. Well, maybe
Sorry.
it doesn't matter. I guess it's all the same thing. But we've been saying
Change our boundary, our school boundaries.
school boundaries. Okay.
I'm not saying I want to do this, I'm just curious if it's even possible. So if we were, for example, to stick with the 7 high school rezoning plan, at what point could we rezone to incorporate, is there anything to incorporate the new high school?
I think it would just be what timeline you decide, and that's one thing we said at all of the meetings, is with the high schools, none of it would take effect until the new high school was open. So we do have actually more time
So we have
to look at the
flexibility
high
in the way.
schools. So if you wanted to, and you're not doing all of, and I'm just giving you a suggestion or an opinion, take it or leave it, but the elementary middle, say you stay on the same timeline with those, with the new elementaries opening for that rezoning to be done in the fall, and whether you wanted to separate it and do the high school rezoning and give yourselves a little more time based on those other options, you could, because it wouldn't take effect for another year after. And that was one of the things that we explained at all the redistricting meetings, is this isn't next fall for your student who's an 8th grader. This is in 2 years that it would affect them. So depending on when you build, we do have, you would just have the rezoning process take a little longer and not get it all done in one time. But again, that's a decision for you as a board, but it is something you could do, is to look at these options of the Bay Shore, the new high school, or the 7 campuses, whatever it is you choose to do, and what you direct us to do with giving you options for a rezone plan. Again, it wouldn't take effect till you feel like you're ready to. I mean, it's your timeline.
But in order to have a school up and ready October 2027,
Yeah.
we got
We
to
gotta
have
do that now.
April
Yeah,
building.
yeah.
By
If this is one of our options, we got to have that done August at the latest to get that open and done.
Okay, that
Like
helps, thank you.
not even by the end of August, by like in the next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, or.
We got a break around Monday.
Next Friday.
Or to Mr. Kenny's point, make the decision to, maybe it's August of '28, and that gives us more time to, we could still build the school in the time, but it gives us more time to build the programs, do the Bay Shore deal, and then tell the community, look, this is what will happen in August of '28, and, by then we'll see a little bit more of housing and so on and so forth, and adjust lines and so on. So, I mean, that's, again, I'm talking without, talking with the team,
Sure.
so they all may be looking at me. But, there are some options here. I think the key is this, not really the key, I guess it's this idea of, do we need an 8th high school? Should we wait another year to make that decision, and whether to stick with the 7 high school rezone and build at Braden River, or do the 8th high school, wait, have this conversation 6 months from now or another year from now, it looks like, according to Mike Bentley and Pat Neal, we're going to just probably see the same data, but, that's why I started. This was going to be a pretty in-depth conversation and a hard decision. But it's,
And
We-
you did prepare it.
you have a lot of data now and a
Yeah.
lot to think
Staff did a
about.
great job.
So-
Tatum?
On the rezoning thing, I think if you open up a new school, and the only reason I'm saying this is because Dr. Weissong did this, I think, if you open up just one new school, you can do a partial rezone, even with your
Oh,
in.
yeah.
You can, so I don't know that whatever restriction there is on.
They did that with Braden River.
Right.
And there-
No, Lakewood Ranch. when they
Yeah,
built
so if you
Lakewood
just
Ranch.
open a new school, you can partially, anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're gonna table this and move on, Ms. Chapman, to put on the next one. Staff note, thank you very much. I know there's a lot of effort,
Yep.
time and effort put into
Mr.
this.
Penley, wow.
Hey,
And
I stole 6 pages from February, so.
The one that always comes in, I'm one that will tell you I love my job.
Yeah,
I
I do.
remember you saying that.
and thanks to Mr. Neal for coming in
Yep.
and giving us his thoughts. This is a big decision, and I mean it's going to change. When you're out of high school, not only money, but changes a lot of where people go and how they, and it's a big decision. So we'll add this to August 8th workshop. Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. We are. That is it for. Unless anyone has anything else, I'm gonna adjourn us, and we'll see you guys in 20 minutes.